Carl Jung. The moment you become obsessed with yourself, everything changes. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." In a world that constantly demands our attention, turning that focus inward can feel revolutionary. But what if the very act of becoming obsessed with yourself, your thoughts, patterns, and hidden motives wasn't selfish, but the first step toward real transformation? In today's episode from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore how deep self-awareness can completely change the way you see the world and your place in it. Have you ever experienced a moment when self-reflection shifted everything for you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your insight might just inspire someone else's awakening. 1. True transformation begins when you turn inward. Most people live in the shadow of other people's opinions, constantly trying to fit into molds that were never meant for them. But the real miracle happens when you shift your obsession from how others see you to how deeply you understand yourself. This is not ego, it is awakening. When you begin to turn inward, to observe the landscapes of your own mind and emotions, something extraordinary begins to unfold. You start to see that your thoughts, reactions, and desires have been shaped by years of conditioning, and that your power lies not in trying to change others, but in knowing yourself so profoundly that external approval no longer defines your worth. Becoming constructively obsessed with self-understanding means falling in love with the process of self-inquiry. You begin to ask, "Why do I react this way?" instead of, "What will they think of me?" That simple shift transforms your life from a performance into a practice. You notice how your body tenses when you betray your truth, and how it relaxes when you honor it. You start listening to the whispers of your intuition, the subtle nudges that once went unnoticed beneath the noise of constant distraction. This is where spirituality becomes real, not in lofty ideas, but in the quiet moments when you choose awareness over autopilot, authenticity over acceptance. Every breath, every pause, every honest reflection becomes a doorway to spiritual awakening. True spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about meeting it with a deeper consciousness. When you understand yourself, you stop projecting your pain onto others. You stop mistaking chaos for connection or validation for love. You begin to realize that people's opinions are mirrors reflecting their own stories, not your identity. That realization frees you. You start to detach from the need to prove, impress, or defend, because your inner world has become enough. And in that stillness, you discover a new kind of strength, the strength of inner alignment. As your awareness grows, you learn to observe your patterns without judgment. You see your fears, not as enemies, but as messengers pointing toward the parts of yourself that long to be healed. You meet your shadow with compassion and your light with humility. The more you understand your inner contradictions, the more you begin to live in harmony with them. And through this integration, your energy shifts, your presence becomes magnetic, your words more intentional, and your actions more aligned. Others can feel it, even if they cannot name it. This is the natural byproduct of spiritual awakening. Peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, confidence that doesn't need attention, and joy that quietly radiates from self-knowledge. This inward journey is not a destination, but a daily devotion. You practice awareness through reflection, meditation, and honest self-talk. You start to measure success not by what you gain, but by what you release old fears, false identities, inherited expectations. You begin to see that every experience, pleasant or painful, is a lesson designed to bring you closer to your essence. And the more you commit to understanding yourself, the more you realize that life has been communicating with you all along through your emotions, your relationships, and even your challenges. The purpose of all of it is not to break you, but to bring you home to yourself. Comment below. I choose to look within. If you're ready to begin your true transformation. 2. Healthy self-obsession versus narcissism. Carl Jung once drew a vital distinction between selfishness and autonomy, teaching that true growth begins not in isolation from the world, but in understanding oneself so deeply that one's very presence enriches it. When you become healthily obsessed with yourself, it's not an act of ego, it's an act of awakening. It means nurturing your mind, emotions, spirit, and body to align with your highest potential, so you can serve the world from fullness rather than from emptiness. In spirituality, this is the essence of spiritual development. You stop seeking approval and begin embodying authenticity. Every thought, every emotional reaction, every inner realization becomes a part of your evolution. You start to see that knowing yourself is not selfish, it's sacred work. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." That realization is not merely poetic. It's a call to action for conscious living, where you take responsibility for your inner state and use it as a foundation for peace, purpose, and contribution. When you choose self-awareness, you choose integrity. You begin to recognize your patterns, confront your fears, and accept your emotions without judgment. This inner work transforms you into someone grounded, clear, and compassionate. You learn that peace does not come from controlling the world around you, but from mastering the world within you. In this sense, healthy self-obsession becomes a spiritual practice. It's about refining your inner instrument so that life's music can flow through you harmoniously. Unlike narcissism, which thrives on attention and validation, healthy self-focus draws its power from silence, reflection, and truth. You no longer chase validation because your worth is no longer negotiable. The more you grow inwardly, the less dependent you become on external praise. You radiate calm confidence, rooted in the knowing that your purpose is not to impress, but to express. This kind of spiritual development brings depth to every part of your existence. When challenges arise, you no longer see them as punishments, but as mirrors reflecting the parts of you that crave understanding. You start to treat your pain as a teacher, not an enemy, and your solitude as a sanctuary rather than a prison. By turning inward, you cultivate clarity. By embracing your shadow, you discover compassion. Jung's wisdom reminds us that no one can escape the task of self-knowledge. To live unconsciously is to live in chaos, but to live consciously is to align with divine order. You realize that your energy influences everything, the way you speak, create, and love. The more harmonious your inner world becomes, the more effortlessly you elevate the outer world around you. And so, healthy self-obsession is not about closing yourself off. It's about opening yourself up to the infinite potential that lives within. When you are spiritually awake, every breath, every thought, and every action becomes an expression of higher consciousness. You become both student and teacher of your own soul. learning through awareness, and guiding through example. This is the highest form of service, to embody truth so deeply that your life itself becomes a message. Through this journey, you learn that self-awareness is not self-centeredness, it is self-mastery. And the greatest gift you can offer the world is a self that is whole, healed, and awakened. 3. The 4 dimensions of personal growth. The mind is the starting point of transformation, the invisible workshop where your life is quietly designed every single day. As Carl Jung taught, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Protect this inner space fiercely, for everything that enters it eventually shapes your reality. When you begin to feed your mind with truth, reflection, and intentional learning instead of endless noise, comparison, or distraction, you reclaim control over your destiny. Think of your thoughts as seeds. What you allow to take root will soon bloom into your habits, your mood, and your worldview. Feed your intellect with what elevates you. Choose silence over chaos, and let awareness replace automatic reaction. This simple act of protecting your mental space is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. For an awakened mind no longer follows the crowd. It creates its own direction. Your emotions, too, are not enemies to fight, but teachers to listen to. Jung reminded us that emotions are not caused by events, but by the interpretations we assign to them. When you learn to watch your feelings without judging them, you begin to see how they mirror your inner state. Anger reveals where boundaries have been crossed. Sadness shows you what your soul cherishes, and fear points towards something sacred you are meant to protect. The more you practice this awareness, the more emotional maturity replaces emotional reactivity. In every moment of discomfort, ask yourself, what meaning am I creating right now? That question shifts you from being a victim of life to a student of it. Over time, you will notice peace quietly replacing chaos, not because life has become easier, but because you have learned to respond with consciousness instead of reaction. Spirit is the deepest layer, the quiet essence that reminds you there is more to life than achievements, possessions, or approval. True fulfillment begins when you connect to purpose, when you ask yourself, why am I here? What truly matters? These questions act as light posts on the road of self-awareness. As Friedrich Nietzsche once said, he who has a why to live can bear almost any how. When your life is guided by meaning, decisions become clearer, distractions lose power, and even challenges transform into sacred assignments. This is the realm of spiritual awakening, when success is no longer defined by what you have, but by how aligned you are with your inner truth. Spiritual clarity brings coherence. Your thoughts, words, and actions begin to flow in harmony, and peace becomes your natural state. The body, often forgotten in the spiritual journey, is not a vessel to neglect, but a temple to honor. Physical vitality fuels mental sharpness and spiritual depth. Each act of care, exercise, rest, nourishment is an act of reverence toward life itself. Treat your body as sacred, not because of how it looks, but because of what it allows you to experience and create. Movement becomes a form of gratitude. Rest becomes an offering to clarity, and food becomes a way to sustain the energy that supports your spiritual path. The more disciplined you are with your physical well-being, the more balanced your inner world becomes. When these 4 dimensions of mind, emotions, spirit, and body work together, you step into the fullness of who you truly are. You think clearly, feel deeply, act purposefully, and live harmoniously. This is the essence of Carl Jung's teaching and the foundation of spiritual wisdom. Wholeness is not achieved by escaping any part of yourself, but by bringing all parts into conscious harmony. When you begin to cultivate this balance every day, even in small ways, your life transforms quietly from the inside out, and everything that once felt scattered finally begins to make sense. If this exploration of the 4 dimensions of personal growth has inspired you to look deeper within, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on spirituality and self-mastery. Your journey toward spiritual awakening starts from within. So stay connected and keep evolving with us. 4. The resistance you will face. When you start focusing on yourself, resistance begins to surface from others, from society, and even from the very voice inside your mind. People may begin to call you selfish, distant, or strange, because society has taught us that self-focus is a flaw instead of a form of healing. Yet, neglecting yourself is what truly drains you, leaving you resentful, tired, and spiritually disconnected. You can only give love, energy, and wisdom to others when you are filled within. The moment you look inward, you enter the sacred path of spirituality, where spiritual awakening is no longer an idea, it becomes your lived experience. You begin to see that caring for your inner world is not self-absorption, but self-alignment, not selfishness, but the foundation of real compassion. When you take time to nurture your own energy, your presence becomes a source of calm and light to those around you without you even trying. Still, your own mind will resist. It will whisper that you are wasting time, that you are being too focused on yourself, that you might lose people's approval. These thoughts are echoes of conditioning that trained you to measure your worth by how much you do for others. But spiritual growth means reversing that conditioning. You begin to see that love without self-respect is emptiness, and giving without renewal is exhaustion. The truth is, spirituality calls you to fill your own cup first, so that your giving comes from abundance, not depletion. When your inner world is balanced, every word, every act, and every silence radiates peace. That is the beginning of true spiritual awakening. The realization that your soul is not something to fix, but something to remember. Yet this remembrance often comes with pain. The path to awareness demands solitude, honesty, and courage. Friends may misunderstand your silence. Loved ones may not comprehend your need for space. They might think you have changed, and they will be right, you have. You are changing in the direction of truth. Jung called this process individuation, the transformation of a person into their most authentic self. It is not easy to walk away from patterns that once defined you, or to detach from identities that made you feel accepted. But every act of alignment, every no that honors your peace, and every yes that reflects your purpose brings you closer to wholeness. It is through this inner work that you begin to live from awareness instead of reaction, from truth instead of habit. As time passes, the resistance you once felt becomes revelation. You begin to see that solitude is not isolation. It is the temple where divine wisdom speaks. The fear that once held you back becomes your greatest teacher, showing you where your boundaries were weak and where your light needed tending. You realize that the more you fill yourself with love, clarity, and spiritual truth, the more naturally you inspire others to do the same. Your life becomes an expression of quiet strength. Your energy turns magnetic, and your spirit becomes untouchable by external chaos. When you become deeply devoted to understanding yourself, everything changes. Your relationships evolve, your priorities refine, your energy stabilizes. You stop chasing approval and start embodying peace. That is the moment when spirituality ceases to be a belief and becomes your way of being, when spiritual awakening turns resistance into rebirth and self-focus into the purest form of love. 5. Practical transformations. When you start turning inward and facing yourself with honesty and compassion, everything around you begins to change in subtle but profound ways. Jung called this process a practical transformation, a return of energy, clarity, and meaning through the practice of self-compassion. Many of his clients discovered that when they stopped judging their emotions and instead treated themselves with understanding, their minds grew quieter, their hearts softened, and their decisions became clearer. You begin to notice that what once drained you now teaches you. What once triggered you now reveals something valuable about your own growth. This kind of self-centeredness is not selfishness. It is a form of inner alignment that allows you to stand firmly in your own truth without collapsing under guilt or external pressure. As you cultivate this gentle focus on yourself, patience begins to grow naturally. You stop rushing to fix things and start allowing life to unfold at its own rhythm. Creativity flows more freely because you are no longer creating from fear or comparison, but from connection and authenticity. Genuine love begins to take root because it is no longer dependent on approval. It grows from your inner fullness. Your relationships deepen as you become more emotionally aware. Your conversations become softer, yet more truthful, and the energy in your home shifts from tension to peace. This is spirituality in action, not a distant ideal, but a living, breathing expression of spiritual development in your daily behavior and choices. When you practice self-compassion, you no longer seek perfection. Instead, you learn to work with your imperfections as sacred material for growth. You start forgiving yourself for past mistakes, learning from them without shame, and allowing yourself to evolve. You discover that clarity doesn't come from control, but from honesty. The more you understand yourself, your wounds, your desires, your limitations, the more capable you become of understanding others. Jung often said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." In this process, every act of self-acceptance becomes a quiet revolution. Every boundary you set becomes a declaration of peace. And every time you choose kindness over criticism, you reclaim lost fragments of your soul. You will notice that your world changes not because others suddenly behave differently, but because your perception becomes clearer. Energy once wasted on judgment and resentment is now available for creation, contribution, and connection. You no longer need chaos to feel alive. Meaning returns through simple, mindful acts, a shared meal, a creative project, a moment of stillness at the end of the day. As you become more centered, you bring harmony wherever you go. Your family feels safer around your calm energy. Your community benefits from your grounded presence, and your love becomes an anchor in a restless world. To apply this in your own life, begin small. Each morning, place a hand on your heart and remind yourself, "I will meet myself with honesty and kindness today." When challenges arise, instead of criticizing yourself, ask, What is the most loving next step? Protect your energy by saying no when something drains you and yes when it nourishes you. End each day by acknowledging one moment when you were patient, one when you were creative, and one when you chose love. These simple acts of awareness accumulate into transformation. Through them, your energy returns, your purpose sharpens, and your heart opens. And this is the essence of spirituality, not an escape from reality, but a deep engagement with life, where your self-understanding becomes the foundation of all genuine spiritual development. Do you agree that real growth begins when spiritual wisdom becomes practice, not theory? If you do, write it boldly in the comments. I live what I learn. 6. Practical tools for conscious living. Carl Jung taught that true transformation begins the moment you turn your attention inward, not out of vanity, but out of spiritual wisdom, the kind that reshapes your reality from within. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. This awakening begins when you give yourself what Jung might call sacred hours, 15 to 60 minutes each day, devoted entirely to your personal evolution. Whether you read something that feeds your soul, sit in meditation, move your body with mindfulness, or simply breathe in silence, you signal to your subconscious that your inner life matters. Over time, these small rituals shift your energy, grounding you in calm awareness even when the world around you feels uncertain. Consistency turns ordinary moments into sacred acts, reminding you that presence is not something to chase, but something to choose. Once a week, conduct what Jung called a life audit, an honest reflection on how your time aligns with your authentic values. Ask yourself, did I live in harmony with what truly matters to me? Write down where your energy went and whether it nourished or drained you. This simple act turns unconscious living into intentional living because, as Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Awareness gives you back the power to decide where your focus belongs. If you notice that your best hours were spent on distractions, forgive yourself and redirect your energy. If you find small habits that make you feel alive, writing, meditating, walking, protect them fiercely, for these are the roots of inner strength. Equally essential is learning the art of love boundaries, saying no to anything that doesn't honor your authentic self. Every yes that betrays your truth slows your individuation, the sacred process of becoming who you truly are. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." When you say no, you are not rejecting others. You are respecting your soul. Boundaries keep your energy sacred. They remind you that love is not endless sacrifice, but honest alignment. To make this real, practice graceful refusals. Thank you for thinking of me, but I can't give this my best right now. Notice how your energy begins to expand when it is no longer scattered by obligation. Your focus deepens, your creativity awakens, and your peace of mind grows stronger. These 3 practices, sacred hours, weekly reflection, and love boundaries work together as the foundation of conscious living. Your daily ritual nurtures your clarity. Your weekly audit sharpens your awareness, and your boundaries protect the space where transformation happens. As you integrate them, you begin to live not by reaction, but by intention. The shift is subtle but powerful. Your choices align with your values. Your energy flows where it truly matters, and life stops feeling like survival. It becomes a deliberate act of creation. the moment you become lovingly obsessed with your own truth. As Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals, everything begins to change, not suddenly, but naturally, as morning light quietly replaces the dark. 7. The goal: individuation and wholeness. Carl Jung taught that the purpose of life is not to become perfect, but to become whole. Individuation is the sacred process through which the scattered fragments of your being finally meet one another and merge into unity. It is not a sudden revelation, but a slow awakening, the light of self-awareness spreading gently through the corridors of your inner world. When you stop chasing validation and start aligning your life with your true self, you step into a dimension of spirituality that feels both raw and liberating. You begin to sense that peace is not something to find outside, but something you awaken within by embracing every hidden aspect of who you are. Individuation demands honesty. It asks you to look into the shadow of the parts of you you've rejected, feared, or disowned, and to listen to them with compassion. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Each time you bring awareness to your hidden motives, repressed desires, or unhealed wounds, you reclaim power that was once trapped in fear. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, not becoming pure light, but integrating the light and darkness into a balanced, living whole. You realize that the traits you once condemned can become tools of growth when transformed through understanding. Anger can turn into assertiveness, sensitivity into intuition, and pain into empathy. As you integrate these fragments, your inner world begins to harmonize. You stop being torn between the person you show to the world and the one you secretly are. The endless need to please, impress, or prove starts to fade because you no longer build your worth on external approval. You understand that authenticity is your natural state and alignment is your birthright. When you act from this center, your choices no longer come from fear or guilt, but from clarity and inner truth. You start saying no without anxiety, yes without hesitation, and your peace no longer depends on circumstances, but on integrity. This transformation expresses itself in daily life in quiet yet profound ways. You begin to choose work that nourishes your purpose rather than merely feeding your ego. You attract relationships that honor your growth instead of mirroring your wounds. You treat your body not as an enemy to discipline, but as a sacred vessel for awareness. Even the simplest habits, breathing deeply before reacting, reflecting before deciding, resting before collapsing, become acts of spiritual wisdom. In time, you see that this inner alignment doesn't isolate you from the world, but connects you to it more genuinely. The deeper you walk this path, the more you recognize that spirituality is not an escape from humanity, but a return to it. It's the courage to hold pain without becoming bitter, to love without losing yourself, and to live truthfully even when it costs you comfort. You notice synchronicities, subtle signals that remind you you're in tune with something greater. Life begins to feel orchestrated by meaning rather than chaos. You no longer rush to fix everything. Instead, you trust the rhythm of your unfolding. Individuation is not perfection. It's the moment when all your contradictions learn to coexist in peace. It's realizing that wholeness isn't about being unbroken, but about embracing your cracks as places where light enters. When you center your life on your authentic self, you live with purpose, clarity, and serenity. This is what Jung meant by becoming whole. Not changing into someone else, but finally becoming yourself. And when that happens, everything about your relationships, your decisions, your sense of time and truth changes too, because you have remembered who you truly are. To honor your commitment to becoming whole, speak it into existence. Comment below, "I choose wholeness," to affirm your devotion to self-awareness and inspire others to walk the path of individuation with courage. When you finally turn your gaze inward, you stop chasing validation and begin cultivating true alignment with your soul. As Carl Jung taught, transformation begins the moment you become aware of yourself, when you realize that everything you've been seeking has always been within. If this message from spiritual wisdom inspired you, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that guide you deeper into your own awakening journey. The universe only sends this video to women who are entering their most powerful phase. When a woman realizes her worth, the universe rearranges itself to match her new frequency. This isn't just poetic truth, it's energetic law. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the moments when destiny whispers, and you begin to feel that something within you is shifting. This video reveals why certain women are being called into their most powerful phase, when synchronicities, intuition, and transformation align to awaken their deepest strength. As you watch, reflect on how these signs are unfolding in your own life. Have you noticed the universe sending you messages lately? Share your experiences in the comments below, because your story might inspire another woman stepping into her power. 1. Synchronicity marks the spiritual awakening. When a woman encounters a message like this, it's never random, it's synchronicity. Carl Jung described this as the mysterious intersection where inner transformation meets outer reality. It's the moment when the soul's vibration changes, and the universe mirrors that shift through subtle yet powerful signs. You may feel as though something invisible is guiding you toward truths you were always meant to discover. That feeling isn't imagination. It's the sacred response of the cosmos to your spiritual awakening. Every time a woman begins to awaken, her energy starts to communicate with life itself, sending ripples through everything she touches, aligning her with what her soul is finally ready to receive. In spirituality, synchronicity is how the universe speaks to you. It takes the invisible language of energy and translates it into moments that feel too precise to be coincidences. You notice repeated numbers, familiar songs at perfect timing, or messages that echo your innermost thoughts. These signs are confirmations, subtle reflections of your evolution. They remind you that your consciousness has expanded beyond the surface, and the outer world now bends to the rhythm of your inner world. Carl Jung taught that when the unconscious becomes active, it reorganizes your perception of reality. What used to feel like chaos begins to reveal hidden order. You start realizing that life doesn't happen to you, it happens through you. As your awareness deepens, the universe begins to rearrange your reality. People who no longer align with your vibration slowly drift away, and new connections, opportunities, and experiences appear effortlessly. This transition may feel unsettling at first, but it is the very proof that your spiritual energy is ascending. Spiritual awakening is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been, beneath conditioning, fear, and self-doubt. Each moment of awareness acts like a spark that lights up the path ahead, showing you that every detour, delay, and disappointment was part of a higher orchestration guiding you toward your authentic self. When this shift occurs, your desires change. You no longer chase validation or cling to chaos. Instead, you crave peace, depth, and truth. You begin to understand that your power doesn't come from control, but from alignment. You no longer force outcomes. You allow them. You no longer beg for love. You radiate it. This is the quiet revolution of a spiritually awakened woman. Her strength becomes invisible, yet undeniable. She vibrates on a level where only authenticity survives. Every act of letting go becomes an act of creation, and every moment of solitude becomes a sanctuary of rebirth. Synchronicity, then, is not luck, it's resonance. It is the universe's way of acknowledging your readiness. When your energy harmonizes with divine timing, guidance arrives effortlessly. The right words, encounters, and experiences unfold as if written just for you. What once felt like coincidence now feels like destiny. This is the sacred dialogue between your soul and the universe, the proof that your inner world and outer reality are not separate, but reflections of the same divine consciousness moving through you. In this realization, you embody your most powerful phase, aware, aligned, and fully awakened to the truth that the universe does not send you random messages. It responds to the woman you have become. Do you feel the synchronicity calling you? If you do, declare it with faith and power in the comments. I am awakening, and the universe is aligning with me. 2. The false self must die for the true self to rise. This phase begins when everything you thought you were starts to crumble. The identities you once wore with pride, the caretaker, the achiever, the pleaser, the strong one, begin to feel like heavy costumes you can no longer carry. You may feel physically drained, emotionally detached, or deeply confused, as if life has stripped you bare. But what's really happening is far more profound. The psyche is declaring that it can no longer sustain the false self. This collapse is not your failure, it's your initiation. It is the universe's way of preparing you for the rise of your true essence. Carl Jung called this process the death of the persona, the symbolic shedding of all illusions that once defined who you were. When the false self dies, the soul finally breathes freely, and the journey of spiritual development begins. You begin to sense that the world you once built no longer fits. The conversations that once entertained you feel shallow. The ambitions that once fueled you seem meaningless, and the relationships that once defined you start to dissolve. This disorientation is sacred. It's your spirit untangling from the noise of conformity. The woman you used to be, who tolerated disrespect, who silenced her voice to keep the peace, who chased validation instead of truth, is fading. And though this transition feels like loss, it is actually liberation. Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." You are being pushed to evolve beyond superficial roles and into the wholeness of your being. This is not a punishment. It's a spiritual refinement, stripping away what is false so that your true light can finally emerge. In this silence, you start to meet yourself again. It's not an easy reunion. You will notice parts of you that you've buried under years of pretending, the intuitive voice you ignored, the dreams you postponed, the wild spirit you tried to tame. But as you reconnect with these forgotten aspects, something miraculous happens. The emptiness turns into peace. What felt like destruction becomes rebirth. Your energy begins to stabilize, your emotions align, and your intuition starts to guide you again. This is spirituality in its truest form, not an idea or philosophy, but a direct experience of transformation. You are not becoming someone new. You are remembering who you've always been beneath the layers of survival. During this process, you will notice synchronicities appearing, numbers repeating, songs that echo your emotions, strangers who deliver perfect messages at the right time. These are not coincidences. They are signs from the universe confirming your realignment. Jung described this phenomenon as synchronicity, the intersection between inner change and outer reality. When you see these signs, understand that your vibration has shifted and the external world is beginning to mirror your inner awakening. Every coincidence is a divine echo, reassuring you that you are no longer living unconsciously, but consciously co-creating with the universe. This transformation demands courage, for the false self does not surrender easily. It clings, whispers, and tempts you back into old patterns of fear and familiarity. But the soul knows the way forward. The more you trust the unraveling, the more power returns to you. You begin to understand that spirituality is not about rising above your humanity. It's about integrating it with grace. True spiritual development comes when you stop seeking validation from others and begin honoring your own sacred truth. The universe sends this phase only to women who are ready to awaken, who have outgrown survival and are being called into creation. The pain, the confusion, the solitude are not random. They are the signs that the old structure of your life is dissolving so that something infinitely more authentic can emerge. The false self must die for the true self to rise. And from that rising comes a power so serene, so unshakable, that no external force can ever define you again. Are you ready to let go of your false self and rise into your true power? If you are, comment below, "I am rising," to affirm your transformation and inspire other women stepping into their most powerful phase. 3. Withdrawal is incubation, not depression. Withdrawal is not a collapse. It is a sacred incubation, a divine process where your soul begins to recreate itself in silence. When life starts to pull you inward, when you feel exhausted by noise, and when solitude becomes your only safe place, understand that this is not depression, it is transformation. As Carl Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. You are not falling apart, you are being reassembled into a more powerful version of yourself. This retreat is a womb of spiritual wisdom, where the old layers of your identity quietly dissolve to make space for something far more authentic. The woman you were is no longer enough for the life your soul is preparing to live, and so the universe gently isolates you, not as punishment, but as protection, giving you time to grow unseen until you are ready to rise again. As your energy shifts, you begin to notice a deep disconnection from things and people that once felt familiar. It's not rejection, it's redirection. Jung believed that solitude is essential for individuation, the process of becoming whole. The discomfort you feel in this stillness is the soul stretching into new dimensions of itself. You are shedding the weight of old expectations, outdated attachments, and borrowed identities. You are no longer trying to fit into spaces that diminish your frequency because you are learning that peace is more valuable than approval. Every woman who rises must first withdraw. You are in the sacred, in between the space where your old self dies, so your true self can finally breathe. In this womb of silence, nothing may seem to move on the surface, but deep within, divine activity is taking place. Like a seed buried beneath the soil, your transformation happens in the dark, away from the world's eyes. You are being prepared for alignment, for deeper intuition, for an unshakable awareness of who you are. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Your awakening is happening not through doing, but through being. Each quiet day, each moment of fatigue, each tear shed in solitude is not a setback. It is sacred work. You are learning to sit with yourself, to hold your emotions, to trust your inner rhythm rather than the external pace of the world. This is not isolation. It is initiation. The universe calls certain women into this silence because they are meant to carry greater light. You are being emptied so that truth can fill you. When you stop trying to explain yourself, when you no longer need others to understand your journey, you step into a state of inner authority. Your energy starts to speak louder than your words. You no longer chase connection. You attract it effortlessly. This is the rebirth of feminine power, the soft, magnetic strength that doesn't seek validation but radiates from within. So when your spirit feels weary or withdrawn, remember, you are not broken, you are becoming. Your solitude is not a void. It is a sacred space where your next chapter is being written by the hands of the divine. 4. Archetypal transformation, from maiden to queen. The transition from seeking validation to embodying inner authority is the sacred metamorphosis of the soul. The passage from the maiden, who is defined by the world, to the queen, who defines herself. This transformation is not bound by time or age, but by spiritual readiness. A moment when a woman's consciousness begins to shift from dependence on the external to trust in the internal. The maiden looks outward for reflection, love, and approval, while the queen turns inward and realizes she was always the mirror, always the source. In this stage of spiritual awakening, her energy begins to circulate differently, no longer leaking into the opinions of others, but moving like an unshakable current of divine awareness within her. Carl Jung saw such changes as archetypal patterns of the psyche, representing not just growth, but initiation. The queen archetype is the full embodiment of a woman who has integrated her shadows and reclaimed her power without apology. She is no longer fragmented between who she was told to be and who she truly is. Her presence carries authority without force, grace without submission, strength without aggression. She no longer performs, she emanates. She no longer pleads to be chosen. She understands she was never unworthy in the first place. Her sovereignty is spiritual, not social. It radiates from a consciousness aligned with truth, purpose, and divine timing. This shift often begins in silence. The world that once validated her now feels too small for her spirit. The friendships that once felt comforting may start to dissolve, and she may find herself walking alone, yet not lonely. Solitude becomes her temple, her initiation into higher wisdom. It is here that she learns to listen not to noise, but to knowing, to the subtle voice of her own intuition that whispers what logic cannot comprehend. She begins to trust the flow of energy rather than the structure of control. Realizing that every ending is merely an energetic reconfiguration, preparing her for the next level of consciousness. The Queen's ascension is not without trial. She must release the old identities that no longer serve her as the people-pleaser, the caretaker, the conformist. Each layer of release feels like death, yet it is rebirth in disguise. She learns to hold her emotions without drowning in them, to set boundaries without guilt, and to speak truth without fear of rejection. This is where spiritual wisdom deepens. She understands that everything she loses is simply energy returning to source, creating space for higher alignment. In this sacred process, she becomes both the student and the teacher of her own transformation. By the time the woman fully steps into her queen energy, she no longer asks, "Am I enough?" because she knows that her very existence is proof of divine design. The universe no longer tests her with lessons of validation, but blesses her with opportunities of creation. Her life begins to mirror her inner peace. Her words carry the vibration of authority, not because she demands respect, but because she embodies it. The Queen is the living expression of consciousness, a matured being who leads not from the crown on her head, but from the calm throne of her heart. And so, the journey from maiden to queen is the essence of spirituality itself, a return from fragmentation to wholeness, from dependency to divine autonomy. It is not a linear climb, but a spiral of remembrance, where each revolution brings her closer to her truth. The woman who completes this transformation does not conquer the world, she becomes it. She stands as a beacon of awakened energy, a reflection of the universe in human form, no longer needing to prove her light, because she finally understands she is the light. If this message resonates with your soul, and you feel the Queen within awakening, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's rise together in this journey of spiritual transformation. 5. Shadow integration unlocks true power. Shadow integration is the process of reclaiming everything you were once told to hide, reject, or silence within yourself. As a woman, you may have been conditioned to suppress your anger, ambition, sexual autonomy, and assertiveness because society often equated softness with goodness and compliance with virtue. But these qualities are not flaws. They are fragments of your original wholeness waiting to be brought back into harmony. The truth is that your shadow is not evil. It is simply unacknowledged energy. When you integrate these suppressed parts, instead of denying them, you unlock a source of power that feels both grounded and magnetic. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In this light, true spirituality is not about transcending your humanity, but about illuminating it, transforming inner conflict into inner coherence. Anger, when integrated, becomes clarity. It teaches you where your boundaries lie and protects your energy from being misused. Ambition, once demonized as arrogance, becomes the fuel of your purpose, reminding you that desiring expansion is not greed. It is life expressing itself through you. Sexual autonomy evolves from taboo into sacred ownership of your body and desires, aligning you with the natural rhythm of creation. Assertiveness transforms from rebellion into self-respect, allowing you to express your truth without aggression. None of these traits make you harsh. They make you authentic. And authenticity is what makes a woman deeply magnetic, because she radiates integrity instead of insecurity. As your spirituality matures, your spiritual development no longer revolves around being good in the eyes of others, but being whole in the eyes of your own soul. You begin to see that enlightenment is not a halo. It is integration. You can meditate for hours, repeat affirmations, and recite prayers, but without meeting the parts of yourself you've hidden, your light remains incomplete. To live spiritually is to live truthfully, to allow the divine and the human to coexist in the same breath. This is why shadow work is not a descent into darkness, but a reclamation of light. Every emotion you once judged as wrong has wisdom to offer. Every desire you buried holds a key to your potential. The more you own your truth, the less you need to perform goodness, because peace replaces pretense. When you begin this work, life starts to reorganize itself around your newfound alignment. People who once disrespected your boundaries will either evolve with you or fade away. Opportunities that once felt out of reach will begin to appear naturally because your energy no longer repels what's meant for you. You move from chasing to attracting, from pleasing to leading, from fragmentation to flow. This is what it means to embody spiritual wisdom, to be both soft and strong, intuitive yet grounded, receptive yet commanding. You stop apologizing for existing fully. You become a mirror that reflects what divine balance truly looks like in human form. The lesson is simple but profound. Your shadow was never your enemy. It was your unlived life calling for expression. Integrating it does not make you less spiritual. It completes your spiritual development. Remember, anger is your boundaries' voice. Ambition is your creative fire. Sexual autonomy is your sacred right. And assertiveness is your truth in motion. Honor them all, and you will discover that your power was never lost. It was simply waiting for your permission to return. 6. Individuation is a sacred, solitary journey. Real transformation doesn't crave applause, validation, or recognition. It unfolds quietly in the sacred solitude of self-realization. You begin to sense that this journey isn't about becoming someone new, but about remembering who you've always been beneath the noise of expectation. Individuation, as Carl Jung called it, is the soul's rebellion against imitation. It's the moment you stop seeking permission to exist and start inhabiting the fullness of who you already are. You realize that true peace doesn't come from pleasing others or fitting into old molds. It comes from the courage to stand alone in your truth. The applause you once longed for begins to sound hollow because you've discovered something far deeper than approval. The unshakable serenity of authenticity. There comes a time when the woman who once sought belonging realizes she is already home within herself. She no longer performs to be loved or dilutes her power to be accepted. She detaches from patriarchal validation, not with anger, but with clarity, understanding that her worth was never meant to be negotiated. She becomes psychologically sovereign. Her emotions, her body, and her choices no longer subject to external judgment. In this silence, she begins to hear her true voice again, the voice that doesn't shout, but whispers direction with calm certainty. And in following that inner compass, she finds that solitude is not punishment, it is purification. Carl Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To embody that truth, you must first unlearn the layers that were never yours, the expectations, the guilt, the roles that trained you to shrink. You begin to see that real power doesn't dominate, it radiates. You walk differently, speak differently, even breathe differently, because your energy is no longer fractured by the need to prove. Spiritual wisdom teaches that this kind of transformation happens in stillness, not noise. You don't chase your destiny. You align with it. You don't beg for respect. Your energy commands it. As you evolve, you stop mistaking detachment for indifference. You understand that boundaries are not walls. They are gates of sacred discernment. You no longer rush to explain, justify, or convince, because peace has become more valuable than being understood. You see how much energy was once spent trying to please people who never truly saw you. Now that same energy becomes fuel for your creativity, your healing, your calling. The more you honor yourself, the more the universe rearranges itself to honor you in return. Synchronicities appear in what Jung described as meaningful coincidences, reminding you that the outer world mirrors your inner alignment. You begin to notice that your calm unsettles those still at war with themselves, but you no longer take that personally. Your silence speaks louder than defense, and your presence carries an authority that doesn't need to demand. This is the sacred, solitary road to individuation, where you finally understand that being alone is not the absence of love, but the presence of self. As you walk it, you transform not through effort, but through surrender. You stop trying to fix, control, or chase, and instead, you simply embody. Because once a woman becomes whole, she no longer needs the world to validate her existence. She becomes the validation herself. Have you ever walked the path of solitude and found strength within it? If you've experienced this sacred journey, share your story in the comments below so others may be inspired. And if you're just beginning, comment, "I am ready," to honor your own path of individuation. 7. Your evolution heals the collective. This is not a coincidence. It is a sacred confirmation. Every woman who begins to awaken is not merely changing her own life. She is shifting the vibration of the entire collective feminine. When your spirit heals, it sends invisible ripples through the timeline of your ancestry and forward into generations yet unborn. The ache you once carried is being rewritten into light, because your personal healing is the medicine that countless others have prayed for. Spirituality, at its essence, reveals that everything is connected. So when you rise, the feminine within the collective rises too. The patterns that once held your lineage in silence, fear, or self-doubt are dissolving as you awaken to your truth. This is how the universe speaks through transformation that begins in one soul, but echoes across time. You are entering your most powerful phase, the season when you stop apologizing for your light and start understanding that power does not mean control, it means alignment. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that is exactly what your awakening is doing, turning old fate into new freedom. What once triggered you now teaches you. What once broke you now builds you. This is not weakness, it is initiation. The universe didn't send this message to convince you, but to confirm that you are remembering who you truly are, a woman whose energy reshapes reality. Your spiritual awakening is not about escaping pain. It's about transmuting it. The suffering of the past becomes the soil where wisdom grows. When you learn to feel without drowning, speak without fear, and love without losing yourself, you restore harmony to both your inner world and the collective feminine field. The universe celebrates every boundary you set, every truth you speak, and every act of self-respect you practice, because those are signals of evolution. And evolution is contagious. Your authenticity inspires others to wake up, to question, to heal, to rise. Notice how life now mirrors your growth. The conversations that drain you begin to fade, and the people who vibrate with your new frequency suddenly appear. That's not coincidence. That's energy, aligning with energy. Your body feels it too. Your breath steadies. Your creativity flows again, and peace begins to feel familiar. This is spirituality in motion, a return to wholeness, a remembering that your worth was never lost. As your light stabilizes, your presence becomes medicine. Without forcing anyone to change, you change everything around you simply by being. So when the universe whispers, "Keep going," it's reminding you that your journey is not just personal, it's archetypal. You are living proof that healing is possible, that softness and strength can coexist, that love is not weakness, but the highest intelligence. Through your evolution, generations heal. Through your courage, the collective awakens. Through your faith, the future becomes brighter. You are not alone. You are the living embodiment of divine timing, and the universe moves through you as it says once more, "Keep going." You are entering your most powerful phase, and the world feels it. As you step into this powerful new phase of your life, remember nothing that's unfolding is random. The universe is aligning perfectly with your inner transformation, revealing the strength, wisdom, and grace you were always meant to embody. Trust the timing of your awakening and walk boldly into your purpose. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that continue to guide your journey of spiritual awakening and self-mastery. Carl Jung's Forbidden Truth. 5 secrets you must never reveal after spiritual awakening. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Jung. In today's world, where oversharing has become the norm, true spiritual wisdom lies in what we choose to keep sacred. In this video, we'll uncover 5 powerful truths Carl Jung warned us never to reveal. Once you've awakened spiritually, not out of fear, but to protect your inner light and maintain the sanctity of your transformation. Each secret you guard is a boundary that strengthens your soul, guiding you toward peace, clarity, and self-mastery. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Which of these truths have you been too open about? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's grow together on this path of higher consciousness. 1. Never reveal your shadow before integrating it. Carl Jung taught that revealing your shadow before you've truly integrated it can destroy its power to transform you. The shadow represents the hidden, rejected parts of your being, the emotions you suppress, the desires you deny, the fears you refuse to face. When you share these unhealed aspects too soon, before understanding or accepting them, you interrupt the sacred alchemy of transformation. You risk turning healing into performance, confession into projection, and spirituality into ego. In the process, what could have become your inner gold instead disperses as wasted energy. When the shadow is exposed prematurely, projection becomes your first trap. You unconsciously throw your darkness onto others, blaming them for what you have not yet faced within yourself. Instead of transforming pain, you repeat it in different forms through criticism, judgment, or resentment. The second danger is ego inflation. Speaking about your wounds before they are healed often gives the illusion of growth, as if awareness equals transformation. But awareness without humility is still a mask of the ego. It makes you feel special for suffering instead of liberated by understanding. And finally, there is energy leakage. Words are containers of power. When spoken too early, they release the energy meant for internal change. Like spilling sacred water before the ritual is complete, your transformation loses its potency. True shadow work, as Jung emphasized, is not meant for public display, but for sacred introspection. It is a silent confrontation with your inner world, where your greatest fears and hidden desires live. It happens through reflection, journaling, prayer, and mindful observation. You meet your pain without judgment and allow your unconscious to speak through dreams, emotions, and intuition. Only when your shadow is faced in honesty can it be integrated into light. This is where real spiritual awakening begins, not in speaking about your darkness, but in transforming it quietly until it no longer defines you. Those who are truly walking the path of spirituality understand that silence is strength. They know that transformation happens in the unseen, not in the applause of others. When your shadow is fully integrated, it becomes wisdom rather than confession. It becomes your power instead of your wound. You no longer need to announce your healing, because your presence itself speaks of peace. Integration is the moment you can hold both light and darkness without conflict, knowing they are both sacred. The mature soul doesn't reveal its pain to be validated, but shares it only when it can uplift others. That is the mark of true spiritual wisdom. The mastery of energy, the discipline of silence, and the courage to heal in solitude until the light within you becomes unshakable. Comment below, "I am mastering my shadow," if you are ready to face your darkness with courage and turn it into light. 2. Keep your synchronicities private. Synchronicities are not coincidences, but sacred alignments between your inner world and the outer universe. When these moments appear, when you think of someone and they suddenly call, when a symbol repeats itself, or when life feels like it's speaking directly to you, it's your psyche sending a divine message through the language of the soul. Carl Jung called this a causal connecting principle, where two seemingly unrelated events meet in perfect harmony to remind you that everything is connected. These signs are deeply personal, designed specifically for your stage of spiritual development. And when you honor them privately, their power multiplies. But when you share them too soon for validation or attention, their energy begins to dissolve. What was once a mystical message becomes noise. What was sacred becomes spectacle. The more you try to explain them, the further you move from their original magic, because synchronicities are not meant to be proven, they are meant to be lived and understood in silence. You must learn to protect the language of your soul. When you experience a synchronicity, write it down, sit with it, and reflect on what it might be trying to tell you. The universe doesn't speak in words, but in patterns, symbols, and timing. Each sign mirrors your inner transformation, showing you how far your consciousness has evolved. Sharing it too early with others invites external opinions that can distort the message and weaken your spiritual connection. Some people will not understand, and others may project their skepticism or ego upon it. Spirituality is a sacred dialogue between you and the divine. It doesn't need an audience. Just as a seed must remain underground before it sprouts into light, your synchronicities must be protected in silence until their meaning fully blossoms within you. Every coincidence is a mirror reflecting your energy back to you, reminding you that the universe is responsive to your vibration. When you observe without broadcasting, you train your awareness to recognize divine order in all things. Over time, this sacred practice becomes an anchor in your spiritual awakening, guiding you toward deeper intuition and faith. Keeping your synchronicities private is not secrecy, it is spiritual maturity. It means you no longer chase validation, but trust that the signs meant for you will continue to unfold at the right time. As you grow in spirituality, you realize that divine communication thrives in stillness. The less you speak of it, the louder it echoes within. So treasure your synchronicities as holy whispers from your higher self. Protect them from the noise of the world, and let their wisdom unfold naturally as you walk further into your spiritual development. Have you ever noticed signs or patterns from the universe that felt too personal to explain? If so, share how they guided you in the comments below so others can learn from your experience. If not, comment, "I'm open to divine synchronicities," and begin your journey of awareness today. 3. Guard your archetypal dreams. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that not every revelation is meant to be shared, especially those that arise through dreams carrying powerful archetypal symbols from the collective unconscious. These dreams, where the wise old man, the divine child, or the great mother appear, are not coincidences. They are sacred encounters with the deeper layers of your psyche. Each figure you see in these dreams represents a potential within you waiting to awaken. Yet, if you reveal these visions too soon, or interpret them as proof of enlightenment, you may fall into what Jung called psychic inflation, where the ego confuses connection with identity and begins to think, "I am the wise one," or "I am divine." When that happens, you lose the essence of the message. The purpose of these dreams is not to glorify the self, but to humble it, to remind you that the archetypes are mirrors reflecting what you can become, not medals proving who you already are. The wise old man appears not to crown you with superiority, but to guide you toward patience, insight, and inner discipline. The divine child represents the rebirth of your pure essence, the part of you that trusts life, feels wonder, and radiates love without ego. The Great Mother embodies compassion, balance, and the sacred ability to nurture life within and around you. These archetypal figures are lessons clothed in symbols, not confirmations of spiritual rank. When you share them prematurely, the energy meant to transform you internally disperses outwardly through words, comparison, and pride. The soul's alchemy requires silence because transformation happens in stillness, not in display. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Becoming requires time, reflection, and the courage to hold mystery without needing applause. Your dreams are divine seeds planted in the soil of your unconscious mind. If you dig them up to show others, you interrupt their growth. Instead, let them germinate in silence. Record them, study their symbols, meditate on their patterns, and ask what quality or truth they are awakening within you. Each dream speaks a sacred language that only your higher self fully understands. When you interpret them with humility rather than pride, they reveal wisdom that no book or teacher can give you. Jung often reminded his students that the greater the light, the darker the shadow. Every spiritual revelation exposes both the divine and the human within you. The ego will try to claim the light as its own, but true awakening means learning to hold that light with reverence, not possession. Guarding your archetypal dreams does not mean repressing them. It means protecting their sacred energy until they mature into understanding. When you do this, you transform quietly from within, embodying the wisdom of your dreams instead of merely talking about them. You begin to live the qualities of the wise old man through discernment, the divine child through innocence, and the Great Mother through love. This is the essence of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. To awaken is not to boast of revelation, but to live it with grace. So when sacred dreams visit you, do not announce them, become them. Let your transformation be your only testimony, for that is how divine truth stays pure within you. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on understanding and protecting your archetypal dreams, where the deepest messages of your soul are revealed. 4. Do not announce your ego dissolution. When the boundaries of your identity begin to dissolve and you experience a moment of pure awareness, it feels like touching eternity itself, a breathtaking stillness where everything and nothing coexist. But what Carl Jung taught through his deep exploration of spirituality and the human psyche is that such profound moments are not meant to be announced, glorified, or shared too quickly. When you dissolve the ego and merge with oneness, you enter a realm beyond language, beyond comprehension, and trying to explain it to others who have not yet tasted that state often invites misunderstanding, doubt, or even ridicule. People trapped within their own egos may project fear or skepticism, causing your still fragile awareness to tremble. What was once a divine revelation may suddenly turn into confusion and spiritual instability. This is why Jung said, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." It means that the higher your consciousness rises, the deeper you must ground yourself in ordinary human experience. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping reality. It is about bringing heaven into the smallest acts of everyday life. You must integrate those transcendent moments gently, like nurturing a delicate seedling before it becomes a tree. When you awaken, there is a temptation to tell the world what you have seen, to speak of your oneness with the universe, to share how you felt yourself dissolve into divine light. Yet true spirituality is not performative. It is silent, patient, and sacred. The more deeply you awaken, the more you realize that silence itself becomes your teacher. Every revelation must pass through the test of embodiment. It must be lived, not spoken. Balancing transcendence with daily reality is not a limitation. It is the only way for enlightenment to endure. Without grounding, the expanded consciousness can become unbalanced, floating too high to function in the physical world. You might lose touch with simple joys, with human connection, or even with your sense of purpose. Jung's wisdom reminds us that awakening is not an endpoint, but a delicate dance between spirit and matter, light and shadow, expansion and contraction. To stay rooted, you must consciously engage with the world. Cook your meals with awareness. Feel gratitude while washing dishes. Breathe deeply as you walk under the sky. And remember that the divine is not somewhere above you. It is within the ordinary rhythm of life itself. After ego dissolution, the self is reborn in stillness, fragile yet luminous. Do not rush to define or display this transformation. Let it breathe. Speaking too early about such sacred experiences can reawaken the very ego you transcended. The desire to announce your awakening often comes from the subtle residue of the old self still seeking recognition. Instead, let your presence speak louder than your words. Let your peace become your message. Spirituality, in its truest form, is an invisible power, a quiet knowing, a calm that cannot be shaken. Integrate your awakening slowly and allow the divine awareness to flow naturally through your daily interactions. Live with humility and grace, for enlightenment is not an achievement, but a return to your natural state of being. You are not required to explain to others what cannot be understood with the mind. You are only asked to live it, to embody the light you've seen, and to honor the balance between transcendence and humanity. Remember that even after ego death, you are still meant to experience laughter, love, struggle, and simplicity. The awakened soul does not withdraw from the world, it radiates through it. Balance is the mark of real awakening. To walk the earth while remembering heaven, to act with compassion while rooted in stillness, to be fully human and yet deeply divine. That is the essence of true spiritual awakening, the moment when enlightenment ceases to be an idea and becomes your way of being. If you've stayed with us this far, it means you're truly walking the path of awareness. Comment below, "I am dissolving the ego," to affirm your inner growth. Your reflections help us build a community of conscious souls. 5. Never declare freedom from morality. After awakening, many people fall into the illusion that they are now free from all moral boundaries. They begin to see that morality, which is labeled good, or evil is a social invention, a construct shaped by centuries of culture, fear, and religion. They think that by transcending these constructs, they have achieved true freedom. Yet this is one of the greatest traps of the ego after spiritual awakening. The awakened mind may reject the rules of society, but the awakened heart understands their purpose. Real spirituality is not about escaping morality. It is about embodying a higher, more conscious form of it. As Carl Jung once said, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." You must face the shadow of human nature and integrate it, not deny it. Spiritual development is not rebellion. It is reconciliation between your light and your darkness, between instinct and wisdom, between freedom and responsibility. When you are truly awake, your actions no longer come from fear of punishment or desire for praise. They arise naturally from compassion, from unity with life itself. You begin to live by inner ethics rather than external laws, not because someone tells you what is right, but because your soul simply cannot harm what it recognizes as part of itself. This is the silent strength of awakened morality. It is effortless, gentle, and authentic. It does not boast, it does not need validation, and it does not rebel to prove its independence. It moves quietly, like still water, aligning itself with the truth of existence. The more you evolve, the more you realize that morality is not a prison built by man. It is a compass that, when purified of ego, points you toward harmony and wholeness. So do not mistake transcendence for superiority. Thinking you are beyond good and evil only feeds the spiritual ego. The very illusion awakening was meant to dissolve. Real awakening is not about breaking rules. It is about outgrowing the need for them. You don't become free by rejecting morality. You become free by understanding it from the inside, by recognizing that true goodness doesn't need to be enforced. It simply flows through the awakened soul as naturally as light through clear glass. When morality rises from consciousness rather than conditioning, it is no longer a chain. It is the rhythm of life itself. The mature soul acts ethically not to please the world, but because unity has replaced separation and compassion has become its only law. In the end, spiritual freedom is not rebellion, it is integration. The enlightened person doesn't declare themselves beyond morality. They live as morality personified, blending wisdom and kindness, strength and humility. This is the secret. Jung pointed to the paradox that true awakening doesn't destroy ethics, it deepens them. It transforms moral duty into spontaneous love and turns external law into inner harmony. That is the mark of real spirituality, a silent, radiant integrity that needs no words, no rules, and no rebellion, only awareness. Stay aligned with true spiritual wisdom by subscribing to our channel, Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore the depths of Carl Jung's teachings and uncover truths that guide your awakening with integrity and light. Remember, freedom without morality is chaos. Walk the path of conscious awakening with grace and discernment. The journey of spiritual awakening is not about exposure, but preservation of wisdom, of energy, and of truth. As Carl Jung taught, the deepest revelations are meant to be lived, not displayed. Protect your sacred knowledge and let your silence speak through your transformation. If this message has awakened something within you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with deeper insights on spirituality and self-mastery. Becoming addicted to your appearance? Carl Jung says that's not a bad thing. Beauty is eternity gazing at itself in a mirror. Khalil Gibran. What if your growing fascination with your own image isn't vanity, but a sign of deeper self-recognition? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore Carl Jung's surprising insight that becoming captivated by your own reflection can actually be a sacred stage of individuation, a step toward integrating the self and awakening inner confidence. Have you ever noticed how your relationship with your appearance changes as your awareness grows? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's reflect together on how self-image can be a mirror for spiritual growth and personal happiness. 1. Appearance reflects the inner world. Carl Jung taught that your outer appearance is never just skin deep. It's a reflection of your inner world. When you neglect how you look, it often signals a deeper disconnection from your spirit. But when your appearance aligns with your inner truth, harmony begins to radiate through you. Confidence rises effortlessly, and your presence flows with natural ease. Your reflection is not vanity. It's feedback from your soul, a living symbol of your spiritual state. Every color you wear, every movement you make, every expression on your face mirrors the energy within. Spiritual awakening reminds you that the body is the temple of the spirit, not something to suppress, but something to honor as a channel through which consciousness becomes visible. When you start paying attention to how you appear, it's not about ego, it's about awareness. You begin to treat yourself as something sacred. Your body becomes a canvas where your inner light paints its truth. This is why during moments of inner transformation, you often feel the urge to change your look, to cut your hair, to refresh your style, to glow differently. It's not superficial, it's symbolic. The external shift reflects an internal rebirth. Jung called this the process of individuation, when the outer and inner selves finally meet in authenticity. You no longer wear an image to impress others. You wear your soul. This understanding transforms self-care into spiritual practice. When you dress with intention, when you nourish your body, when you express your natural beauty without guilt, you are not serving the ego. You are honoring your essence. Your reflection becomes a dialogue with the divine, revealing not who you think you should be, but who you already are beneath the noise. Your appearance then becomes an expression of energy, not insecurity, a statement that says, "My spirit is alive here, in this form." The eyes glow differently, the voice vibrates more softly, and your aura expands because inner peace is finally reflected through matter. There's a silent power in being fully aligned when your outer image no longer hides or exaggerates, but tells the truth of your soul. You walk differently because you are no longer fragmented. You dress not to be seen, but to express being. You care for your appearance because it is a form of gratitude for existing in this physical plane. Jung's wisdom invites us to see beauty, not as illusion, but as illumination, the light of spirit made visible through the body. To tend to your reflection consciously is not narcissism. It is a sacred form of remembrance, a declaration that your inner and outer worlds have learned to dance in harmony. If you truly believe that your appearance mirrors your inner world, let your light be seen. Type in the comments, "My outer beauty reflects my inner growth," and let this community know you're walking the path of spiritual wisdom with awareness and intention. 2. Appearance as responsibility, not vanity. Caring for your appearance is not vanity. It is a sacred act of responsibility toward your essence and purpose. When your outer presentation aligns with the way you feel inside, your energy rises, your confidence stabilizes, and life begins to flow with ease. In spirituality, this harmony between the inner and outer self is not superficial. It's a sign of spiritual growth and integrity. To look good is not to please others, but to honor the divine spark within you that longs to express beauty, order, and light. Your appearance becomes a language through which your soul speaks, a mirror that reflects your consciousness and reminds you that you are worthy of being seen. Neglecting your appearance, on the other hand, often signals inner disconnection. When your energy is low or your purpose feels dim, it shows in the way you carry yourself, in the way you dress, even in the tone of your presence. Taking care of how you look is not an obsession with perfection, but an acknowledgement of your worth. When you nurture your physical form with awareness, you send a message to your subconscious that you value yourself, that you are in harmony with life. This simple act can shift your entire vibration, aligning your energy field with abundance, confidence, and clarity. Carl Jung taught that the face we show the world, the persona, is not meant to be rejected, but purified. It becomes a spiritual bridge when it reflects the truth of who we are rather than conceals it. Every choice, from the colors you wear to the posture you hold, tells a story about your state of consciousness. When that story reflects love, self-respect, and peace, your outer world rearranges to match your inner vibration. People respond to you differently. Synchronicities appear effortlessly, and opportunities flow because your energy has become coherent. In that state, you no longer chase validation. You embody it. You become magnetic, not because of your appearance alone, but because your appearance is infused with the frequency of self-awareness and spiritual authenticity. Spiritual growth is not about detaching from the physical. It is about transforming the physical into a vessel of light. The body, the face, the clothes, all of these are temples through which the soul communicates. When you care for them consciously, you participate in the divine act of creation, turning everyday routines into spiritual rituals. Styling your hair, choosing your outfit, or simply standing tall becomes a silent prayer, a reminder that you honor the energy of life flowing through you. You begin to realize that beauty is not something to acquire, but something to awaken. Looking good, then, is not vanity, but devotion, a reflection of self-respect and inner integrity. When you align how you feel inside with how you express yourself outwardly, you create a state of wholeness that radiates peace and confidence. You start walking through the world as someone who knows that spirituality is not about escaping form, but illuminating it. Your appearance becomes an outer expression of inner harmony, a living proof that when the soul grows, it beautifies everything it touches, including you. 3. The science of alignment. When your outer image begins to reflect your inner truth, something powerful happens inside you. Your brain responds with a surge of dopamine and serotonin, those natural chemicals of joy and confidence that make you feel alive, magnetic, and aligned. You start walking with purpose, speaking with clarity, and radiating an energy that people can't quite explain but deeply feel. According to spiritual wisdom, this is not vanity, it's alignment. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that journey often begins when you allow your physical appearance to become a mirror of your soul's authenticity. When what you see on the outside finally resonates with what you feel on the inside, you're not feeding the ego, you're nurturing harmony between the mind, body, and spirit. But when there's disconnection, when the way you look no longer reflects the person you've become within your body senses it, the chemistry shifts, and cortisol, the stress hormone, begins to flood your system. You might feel drained, uninspired, or strangely uncomfortable in your own skin. Jung called this inner conflict psychic disunity, a state where the conscious and unconscious self fall out of balance. The mirror stops feeling like the truth and starts feeling like tension because it's showing you an outdated version of yourself. This is not a call to chase perfection. It's a signal to realign. When you start honoring your current self through your appearance, through the colors you wear, the way you carry yourself, the energy you project, you are essentially saying, "I see who I am becoming." Your image is not just fabric, makeup, or posture. It's your soul's language made visible. Think of it as your aura clothed in matter. When the outer frame finally matches the artwork within, everything feels effortlessly right. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that beauty is not the pursuit of surface perfection, but the expression of vibrational truth. The more your thoughts, emotions, and spirit evolve, the more your outer world transforms to match that frequency. You begin to take care of yourself, not because you need validation, but because you respect the temple that carries your essence. You start to see your reflection as evidence of transformation, a visual prayer of who you are and who you're becoming. So when you feel drawn to refine your appearance, don't judge yourself. It might not be vanity at all. It might be your higher self guiding you toward alignment. You're responding to the soul's desire to bring the inner and outer worlds into resonance. As Jung would say, this is the process of individuation, the merging of all parts of the self into harmony. When your reflection becomes an honest echo of your inner evolution, confidence is no longer something you try to achieve. It simply flows. You're not obsessed with how you look. You're devoted to who you are becoming. And in that state of spiritual alignment, beauty stops being a goal and becomes your natural state of being. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more insights like this on the science of alignment. Stay connected with your inner power and let your outer world reflect your truth. Type in the comments, "I am in perfect alignment with my highest self." 4. 5 keys to mastering appearance. The mirror is not just a piece of glass. It's a spiritual tool, a portal that reflects not only your appearance, but your state of consciousness. Each morning, when you look at yourself, you're not checking for flaws. You're seeking alignment. Carl Jung, one of the greatest minds in psychology and spirituality, said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To truly see yourself is an act of awakening. When you adjust your posture, fix your hair, or choose your outfit, you are subconsciously asking, "Does this version of me feel in harmony with my inner world?" This is the mirror principle, the first key to mastering appearance through spiritual awakening. It's not about vanity, it's about awareness. Each small adjustment is an energetic recalibration, a way of reminding yourself that your outer world is meant to mirror the inner truth you are cultivating. When you approach your reflection with consciousness rather than criticism, your mirror becomes your mentor. The second key, the 10-minute investment, reminds you that self-care is a spiritual discipline. 10 minutes may seem like a small window, but when done with intention, it changes your entire vibration. Spend that time mindfully washing your face, stretching, breathing, meditating, or simply being present with your body. Jung taught that transformation begins in the everyday details, not the grand gestures. 10 minutes of devoted care signals to your subconscious that you are worthy of attention and peace. Over time, this ritual builds a foundation of self-trust and inner harmony. In spirituality, this daily act is not mere grooming. It's a dialogue between your body and soul, a morning prayer to your higher self through motion, touch, and care. Next is the personal standard, the invisible law that defines how you choose to appear in the world. It's not about fashion or trends. It's about coherence. How do you want your presence to feel? What vibration do you wish to radiate when you walk into a room? Your personal standard is the bridge between authenticity and presentation. When you decide what feels right for you, what colors, styles, and details represent your spirit, you are not masking yourself. You are expressing your essence. Jung believed that the persona, when consciously shaped, becomes a sacred vessel for the soul's truth. Maintaining your standard consistently communicates discipline and integrity, both powerful aspects of spiritual awakening. You begin to embody your highest energy, and others naturally respond to your clarity. Then comes the 1% philosophy, the reminder that growth, both inner and outer, is evolutionary, not explosive. Every day, strive to become 1% better, 1% more aligned, 1% more confident. In spiritual wisdom, even the smallest act of self-improvement has an exponential effect. It might mean dressing a little better, thinking a little kinder, or standing a little taller. These micro shifts compound over time, transforming not only your appearance, but your entire energy field. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Each 1% improvement is a bridge between those two worlds, your external reflection and your inner evolution, becoming one seamless reality. Finally, the multiplier effect reveals the magic that occurs when you radiate confidence and coherence. Your energy becomes contagious. People are drawn not to your features, but to your frequency, the way your inner peace translates into presence. You influence others, not by words, but by vibration. When your outer image reflects your inner state of calm self-acceptance, you unconsciously grant others permission to do the same. In this way, caring for your appearance is not self-absorption, it's service. It elevates the collective energy around you. So when you tend to your reflection, give those 10 minutes to self-care, uphold your personal standard, grow 1% daily, and let your energy multiply outward. You are practicing spirituality in motion. You are embodying spiritual awakening in its most visible form, where beauty becomes consciousness, and every glance in the mirror is not vanity, but reverence for the divine life expressing itself through you. 5. Presence is power. After 40, your appearance is no longer about vanity. It becomes a reflection of your leadership, your inner maturity, and your spiritual growth. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that truth is revealed not only through your mind, but through your very presence. When you walk into a room, people can sense whether you've made peace with yourself, whether your life has been lived consciously or carelessly. Maturity should express wisdom, not weariness. It should carry quiet confidence, not indifference. Neglect is not a sign of humility. It is often a symptom of spiritual fatigue. Caring for your appearance is an act of reverence. It says, "I honor my life, and I am prepared to lead." It shows that you understand the sacred responsibility of representing your inner world through your outer form. There is a profound connection between the way you present yourself and the energy you emit. In spirituality, this is called embodiment, the ability to allow your spirit to be seen, felt, and known through your physical being. The clothes you choose, the way you hold your posture, the softness or firmness of your gaze, all of it speaks the language of your soul. A well-cared-for appearance doesn't mean chasing youth or vanity. It means you've accepted your evolution. You've learned that beauty is not in perfection, but in alignment. When your outer self reflects your inner peace, you radiate something magnetic, an energy that draws others in without effort. Those who have matured with awareness carry a different kind of light. They lead not by words, but by presence. They embody serenity that cannot be faked. You can feel it in how they move, how they breathe, how they listen. Jung understood that true personality is born when the ego surrenders to the soul, when the outer form becomes an instrument for something higher to express itself. And so, the way you care for your appearance after 40 is no longer about impressing others. It's about mirroring your self-respect. You begin to treat your body like a temple, your clothes like extensions of your energy, and your daily rituals like sacred acts of self-honoring. Your appearance becomes a silent declaration that you are living in awareness. The wrinkles on your face are not flaws. They are maps of wisdom. The way you style yourself, walk, or speak reveals whether you live in chaos or in calm. Each choice, from grooming to demeanor, becomes a statement of self-leadership. And when your outer image harmonizes with your inner growth, you embody the essence of spiritual maturity. People start to feel safe in your presence because you have integrated your own contradictions. You no longer chase approval. You radiate wholeness. This is the beauty that Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom points to. A beauty born from consciousness, not control. When you take care of yourself, you're not indulging in vanity. You're embodying self-awareness. You're showing that you understand the sacred unity between spirit and matter. You are, in essence, saying to the world, "I am here, fully awake, grounded in who I've become." And that kind of presence rooted in self-respect, refined through experience, and balanced by humility is the most powerful form of leadership there is. If this message has awakened something within you, affirm it in the comments. I choose to live fully present in every moment. My power is in the now. 6. The symbolic meaning of the body. Your body is not just a physical form, it is the sacred vessel through which your spirit reveals itself. As Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us, the body is the visibility of the soul. The soul is the meaning of the body. When you neglect your appearance or treat your body carelessly, you are not being humble. You are silencing one of the most powerful languages your soul has to express itself. Your body and style are instruments of destiny, a visible reflection of your unseen essence. To ignore them is to mute the dialogue between your soul and the world. When your outer self begins to mirror your inner wholeness, you awaken a deep harmony within the kind where life itself begins to move in rhythm with you. Your appearance is not vanity. It's a reflection of how aligned you are with your truth. The clothes you wear, the way you walk, the glow in your skin, all of it speaks before you ever say a word. When you nurture your physical form with awareness, you honor your spirit in motion. Jung's teachings remind us that the path to individuation, the process of becoming your true self, includes the reconciliation between body and soul. Your physical form is a mirror of your psychological state, an ever-evolving artwork of your consciousness. When you begin to see your body not as something to fix, but as something sacred to express, you open the door to psychological wholeness. To be addicted to your appearance, in this sense, is not a weakness, but a devotion. It means you are in love with the vessel that carries your light. Each choice you make, every color you wear, every scent you choose, every gesture you make, transmits a silent message about your energy. You are constantly broadcasting your inner vibration to the outer world. As Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And becoming who you truly are means allowing every layer of your being, mind, body, and spirit to reflect that truth without shame or fear. Caring for your body consciously is not vanity, it's visibility. It's how your spirit declares, I am here. When you look in the mirror and see beauty not as an illusion, but as evidence of inner harmony, you enter the state of self-respect that radiates authenticity. You no longer dress to impress. You adorn to express. You stop trying to look like someone else and instead begin to look like yourself. And that's when the world begins to respond differently. You draw in opportunities, relationships, and synchronicities that match your vibration because your inner world and outer image are no longer in conflict. They are speaking the same language. When your body mirrors your soul, life becomes fluid. You move with grace instead of resistance. You attract what resonates instead of chasing what doesn't. Your presence becomes your power. Your energy becomes your signature. And your appearance becomes an extension of your consciousness. That is the ultimate message of spiritual wisdom. When the body aligns with the soul, you no longer have to seek validation from the world. You become the embodiment of your own truth, and the universe, in turn, conspires with you. 7. The upward spiral of self-image. When you take care of yourself, something subtle but powerful begins to unfold within you. Carl Jung, whose teachings often connect psychology and spirituality, would call this the awakening of your inner world. The simple act of caring for your appearance is not vanity. It is self-respect made visible. It's the way your soul whispers, I am worthy of care. When you nurture your self-image, you activate an upward spiral that transforms how you feel, how you act, and what you attract. You start to feel better. And when you feel better, you act better. When you act better, you achieve better. And when you achieve better, you care even more. This is not just a cycle of improvement. It's a spiritual evolution in motion. Spirituality is not about rejecting the body or denying beauty in the name of humility. It is about bringing harmony between your body, mind, and spirit. When you choose to look after yourself, to dress with intention, to move with grace, to smile at your reflection, you are acknowledging the divinity in your form. You're saying to the universe, I honor this vessel that carries my soul. And in return, your life begins to align with that frequency of respect. Your choices become more conscious, your thoughts more peaceful, your relationships more balanced. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And to become that person, you must first see yourself as worthy of becoming. The upward spiral of self-image is not about chasing perfection, but embodying presence. When you treat yourself with love, your energy radiates beyond the physical. It touches your emotions, your focus, and your actions. Every act of care becomes a statement of self-belief, a reminder that you are not separate from the divine, but a reflection of it. Jung believed that transformation begins in the unconscious. When you tend to your outer world, your inner world listens. When you care for your body, your mind becomes more focused. When you nurture your energy, your spirit begins to awaken. You create a positive feedback loop between the inner and outer self, where each reinforces the other in a dance of evolution. But when you neglect yourself, the spiral reverses. You feel less alive, less inspired, and your energy begins to fade. Neglect isn't humility. It's a silent form of self-abandonment. Jung warned that what you resist persists. And when you resist your own beauty, strength, or potential, you bury them in your shadow. This hidden self begins to control you from the background, showing up as insecurity, jealousy, or self-doubt. The decay of self-image is not just emotional, it's spiritual. Your light dims, not because it has vanished, but because you've forgotten to tend to it. The downward spiral begins when you stop believing that you are worth evolving for. In truth, your self-image is the mirror of your soul's current state of consciousness. It can either lift you toward your highest potential or pull you down into apathy. The choice is always yours, to rise through love and awareness, or to fall through neglect and denial. Spiritual awakening begins when you realize that caring for yourself is not shallow. It's sacred. It is the act of aligning your physical expression with your inner truth. When you fix your posture, when you speak kindly to yourself, when you radiate confidence, you are not just improving your appearance, you are tuning yourself to a higher frequency. Carl Jung would say that every external act has an internal echo. The way you treat your reflection is the way you treat your spirit. So, when you choose to value yourself, you teach the universe how to value you. This is not vanity, it's reverence. It's the realization that the body and soul are partners in the art of becoming. When you love what you see, not from ego, but from awareness, you become magnetic. Your confidence turns into calmness. Your calmness turns into compassion. And your compassion becomes the very essence of spiritual wisdom. This is the true upward spiral of self-image, a continuous unfolding where your outer beauty becomes the mirror of your inner awakening, and every act of self-care becomes an expression of divine consciousness in motion. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 8. Practical transformation tools. Each day offers a chance to meet yourself again, and one of the most powerful ways to do that is through conscious reflection. The 5-minute mirror audit isn't just about seeing your face, It's about witnessing your evolution. When you look in the mirror at night, don't ask, "Am I perfect?" Ask instead, "Does my appearance reflect the person I am growing into?" This is where spirituality and self-image merge, when your reflection becomes a conversation with your soul. As you keep this nightly ritual, you start to notice subtle changes, not just in how you look, but in how you carry your truth, how your posture reflects confidence, and how your eyes radiate calm self-acceptance. Beyond the mirror, there is a deeper journey, the ritual of 3 mirrors. The first mirror reflects your physical presence, the vessel through which your spirit moves in this world. The second shows your emotional energy and what feelings linger within you after each day. The third mirror reveals your aspiration, the higher version of you calling to be expressed. By practicing this ritual, you align your physical, emotional, and spiritual selves, turning self-awareness into a form of sacred discipline. Carl Jung believed that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And through these reflections, you move closer to that radical acceptance, which is the foundation of spiritual growth. Transformation also lives in the everyday choices that shape your environment, like the wardrobe renewal practice. Once a week, remove one item from your closet that no longer represents who you are becoming. This simple act of release carries immense symbolic power. Each piece of clothing you let go of is an old identity, a vibration that no longer matches your present frequency. As you make space, you allow new energy to flow into your life. This is spirituality in motion, decluttering the physical to mirror the cleansing of the emotional and energetic layers within you. Then comes the morning ritual expansion. Add 15 minutes to your routine, not for vanity, but for reverence. Those extra moments are an offering to your higher self. When you wash your face, feel the water as renewal. When you dress, choose colors that resonate with your current vibration, perhaps grounding earth tones for balance or radiant whites for purity. As you stand before the mirror, affirm, "I am becoming the person I am meant to be." These small moments of mindfulness build emotional resilience and spiritual awareness, setting the tone for your entire day. Finally, there is the 90-day photo challenge. Every day, capture an image of yourself, not to chase perfection, but to honor progression. After 3 months, when you look back, you'll see more than surface changes. You'll see energy, posture, and presence evolving. You'll see a version of yourself who has learned to embody growth consciously. Spirituality isn't always about meditation or prayer. Sometimes it's about observing your own metamorphosis with love. Each photograph becomes a visual diary of transformation, proof that devotion to self-awareness leads to visible lightness and inner alignment. Through these practices, the mirror audit, the 3 mirrors ritual, wardrobe renewal, morning ritual expansion, and the 90-day photo journey, you begin to understand that self-care is not superficial. It's sacred. Every act of grooming becomes a prayer of embodiment. Every mirror becomes a portal of awareness. And as you integrate these tools, you'll realize that true beauty is not a mask, it's energy made visible, the radiance of a soul in alignment. This is what spiritual growth truly looks like when it's lived, not just understood. 9. The deeper lesson of Jung. Your appearance is not a mask you wear to please the world. It is a mirror of your becoming, the visible expression of your inner evolution. You cannot embody discipline, confidence, or purpose while neglecting the vessel that carries them. When you care for your appearance, you're not worshiping vanity. You're practicing spiritual wisdom in motion. As Carl Jung said, the outer world mirrors the inner one, and that truth extends to your body, your clothes, your energy, and the way you meet the day. Every detail of your image is an external echo of your internal order, and when you neglect it, you silently tell your subconscious that your dreams are not yet worth showing up for. But when you polish your reflection with intention, you communicate to your soul that it is safe and necessary to rise into its potential. Caring for your image is a form of applied psychology, a living affirmation that you take your destiny seriously. It's not about perfection, but alignment, aligning the way you look with the life you are calling in. The way you dress, walk, and carry yourself tells your unconscious who you believe yourself to be. If you carry yourself like a person of strength, grace, and purpose, the mind will begin to shape itself to match that belief. As Aristotle once wrote, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. In this sense, every small act of care, washing your face, ironing your shirt, standing tall, is not superficial. It's sacred. It's a daily ritual that builds discipline and signals self-respect. Jung often spoke about the persona, the mask we show the world, not as something fake, but as a necessary bridge to the self. When consciously shaped, your outward form becomes a tool for awakening, not deception. Think of how temples are cleaned before prayer, candles are lit before meditation, or robes are worn for ceremonies. None of these are about impressing others. They are reminders to the spirit that what you're about to do matters. Your body is your first temple. Caring for it is your first act of devotion. Through grooming, posture, and presence, you align the outer and inner worlds until they vibrate in harmony. Each day, you delay caring for your appearance. You delay your potential. Transformation doesn't happen all at once. It begins in small, consistent acts of self-respect. If you want to become more confident, start by looking like someone who is. If you want to feel more grounded, dress in a way that reflects calm and clarity. The soul speaks through symbols, and your image is one of them. It is not vanity, it is vibration. When you look at yourself in the mirror with intention, you are reminding your unconscious, "I am worthy of showing up beautifully for my destiny." Carl Jung also said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." So bring awareness to the unconscious story your appearance tells. Is it one of neglect, avoidance, or unworthiness, or one of discipline, faith, and becoming? Every morning, you have the power to rewrite that story. You don't need wealth or perfection to begin. You only need intention. Comb your hair with care, walk with presence, choose one symbol, a scent, a color, a gesture that reminds you of who you're becoming. Over time, these small, sacred rituals will rewire your mind toward confidence and grace. When you honor your reflection, you honor your destiny. The outer world responds to how you carry yourself. And when your energy says, "I am ready," opportunities start recognizing you. So stop waiting to feel good before you show up as your best self. Show up first, and the feeling will follow. Your appearance is a language of energy, and when spoken with awareness, it tells the universe that you are no longer running from your greatness. As Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches, the journey toward self-realization begins when your inner truth and outer form become one seamless expression of purpose. And remember, your appearance is not your prison. It's a mirror reflecting the soul's evolution. When you learn to see beauty not as vanity, but as vitality, you begin to embody the harmony Carl Jung spoke of, the union between your inner and outer worlds. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that dive deep into the psychology of the soul and the mysteries of self-realization. Carl Jung's hidden warning: never share these 5 secrets once you're spiritually awake. Not everything you know is meant to be spoken. Carl Jung once said that true power lies in silence, in guarding the sacred insights that come only after awakening. In today's world, where everyone rushes to share their every thought, learning when to stay silent becomes a form of mastery. This video will reveal 5 secrets you should never share once you've awakened spiritually, because some wisdom loses its power when exposed to those who aren't ready to understand it. Have you ever shared something deeply spiritual only to be met with confusion or judgment? Comment below and share your experience. Your story might awaken someone else's awareness today. 1. Never reveal your spiritual certainty. When you awaken spiritually, you begin to see life with a level of clarity that few can understand. You no longer live through the borrowed perceptions of others, but through your own direct connection to truth. Carl Jung called this differentiated perception the ability to see reality as it truly is, stripped of illusion, free from projection. You start to trust your intuition completely, feeling the flow of energy behind every word, every gesture, every event. You sense when people are hiding behind masks, or when situations no longer align with your vibration. This deep knowing gives you peace, but it also separates you from those who are still lost in the fog of collective belief. The challenge arises when you attempt to share your certainty with others. What feels like illumination to you may feel like exposure to them. When you express your spiritual confidence, it threatens their illusions, forcing them to confront truths they are not ready to see. They might label you as arrogant or self-righteous, not realizing that your calmness mirrors their chaos, and your clarity reveals their confusion. Jung understood this psychological dynamic well. What we reject in ourselves, we project onto others. So, when your spiritual awakening reflects a higher level of awareness, it can trigger others' shadow aspects, making them uncomfortable in your presence. That is why spiritual awakening demands discretion. Spirituality is not meant to be performed or proved. It is meant to be lived quietly, powerfully, and authentically. Your insight is sacred. It must be protected from misunderstanding and misuse. When you speak too soon or share too freely, your truth can be twisted by the perceptions of those still asleep. Silence, in this sense, is not weakness, but wisdom. The spiritually mature know that their power grows in stillness, not in validation. Jung's hidden warning, never reveal, your spiritual certainty is not a command to hide your light, but a reminder to guard it. The more you keep your awareness centered within, the stronger it becomes, radiating without words through your energy, your actions, and your presence. To live in alignment with this understanding means embracing quiet confidence. It means allowing your intuition to guide you without the need to convince anyone else of its truth. It means knowing that certainty is not for display. It is a private dialogue between your soul and the divine. As you evolve, your silence becomes your shield. Your stillness becomes your strength, and your discernment becomes your greatest protection. In this sacred state of awareness, you see everything. You trust your intuition, but you keep your insight private, knowing that certainty is power only when protected. Do you understand this truth? If you do, declare it in the comments. My faith is sacred, and I protect my spiritual wisdom. 2. Never reveal your map of transformation. Never reveal your map of transformation, for in the sacred path of spirituality and spiritual development, silence becomes your greatest shield. When you awaken and begin the journey of individuation, that profound psychological process Carl Jung spoke of, where you start separating from collective illusions and rediscovering your authentic self, your transformation is still tender, like a new sprout breaking through the soil. It is during this fragile stage that exposing your roadmap can invite interference, not always from malice, but from the unconscious patterns of others who are still trapped in their own illusions. Those closest to you, perhaps family or friends, who remain entangled in cycles of dysfunction or fear, may unconsciously resist your growth. They might mock your new habits, question your beliefs, or subtly pull you back into old energies that feel familiar to them but suffocating to your soul. When you share your spiritual goals too soon, you disperse the sacred energy that fuels your transformation. Every word becomes an opening through which others' doubts, projections, or disbelief can enter. Jung understood that the psyche is delicate when undergoing transformation. It's a battle between the old self that wants to survive and the higher self that longs to emerge. This is why your spiritual development must be protected with reverence. What you are building within is not for public display. It's a private covenant between you and the divine. If you speak too early about the light you are cultivating, the noise of others' opinions can dim it before it fully shines. The wise learn to guard their inner evolution. They understand that transformation is an alchemical process. It must take place in the silence of the soul, away from the chaos of the external world. Every time you resist the urge to explain your progress, you strengthen your spiritual muscle. You begin to realize that validation from others is no longer necessary. For true growth is not about convincing anyone of your change, but embodying it until it becomes undeniable. Let your life become your statement. Let your peace, clarity, and quiet confidence become the evidence of your awakening. As you walk this path, remember that not everyone can understand the language of transformation. The spiritually unawakened may misinterpret your stillness as arrogance or your solitude as withdrawal. Yet those who see through the lens of the Spirit will recognize it as protection. The universe does not ask you to announce your evolution. It asks you to live it. So, protect your map, trust the process, and allow your results to whisper louder than your explanations. In spirituality, the loudest proof of growth is silence, the quiet power that radiates from within. Transform silently. Let your results speak, not your roadmap. Comment below. I protect my sacred journey. If you understand that true transformation is something to be lived, not explained. 3. Never reveal your boundary for betrayal. After spiritual awakening, your perception of human nature becomes sharper, and so does your empathy. It evolves into what can be called selective empathy, a balance between compassion and self-respect. You no longer absorb the emotions of others blindly. Instead, you discern who truly deserves your care and who only seeks to drain your light. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that true individuation requires protecting your inner world, because once you reveal the depth of your sensitivity, manipulators will see it as an open door. When they know your limits, they will test them not out of curiosity, but out of a desire to control you. They will provoke, gaslight, or push your buttons just to make you appear unstable. This is why the awakened must remain silent about their boundaries, because what is private cannot be weaponized against you. Silence becomes your armor, and mystery becomes your defense. You don't need to announce where your line is drawn. You simply act with quiet decisiveness when it's crossed. In the world of energy, words are invitations. When you tell others what you'll tolerate, you give them a blueprint for how to manipulate you. Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." So, instead of reacting emotionally when someone tests your patience, learn to observe their behavior with detached clarity. Every attempt to provoke you is an opportunity to practice self-mastery. Your reaction is no longer fueled by pain, but by awareness. And that awareness transforms you into a calm, unshakable force. When you move from unconscious reaction to conscious response, your energy changes and others can feel it. You no longer need to defend your choices or justify your silence. The spiritually awake understand that boundaries are not walls. They are sacred gates protecting the temple of your peace. You can still love, forgive, and care deeply, but you do so with discernment. You become like still water, reflective, not reactive. As you grow, you'll realize that some people are not meant to understand your limits, and that's perfectly fine. Their confusion is not your concern. Your stability is. Jung believed that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And part of that becoming means refusing to shrink or explain your worth to those who are committed to misunderstanding it. So when betrayal comes, and it will do not meet it with rage or words. Meet it with distance. Walk away quietly, carrying your peace with dignity. Let your absence speak louder than confrontation. Those who truly value you will never need to test you, and those who do are teaching you the importance of privacy. The awakened do not warn, they act. They do not threaten, they decide. This is the highest form of spiritual wisdom, to guard your energy without apology, to protect your soul without explanation, and to remember that every time you uphold your boundaries silently, you honor the divine within you. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss new insights that protect your spiritual energy and inner peace. Comment below. I honor my boundaries and protect my soul from betrayal. 4. Never reveal your sacred wound. Your sacred wound is not something to display for sympathy or validation. It is the holy doorway through which your soul enters transformation. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," reminding us that every fracture in the human spirit carries within it the seed of awakening. When you endure suffering and emerge whole, the energy of that pain becomes refined into wisdom, like fire purifying gold. Yet when you repeatedly share the story of your wounds with those who cannot hold the depth of your experience, you unconsciously reattach yourself to the very vibration you transcended. You may find that the more you talk about your past, the more life seems to recreate it, because energy flows where attention goes, and what you focus on expands. Spirituality teaches that not every truth is meant to be spoken aloud. Some lessons are meant to be lived quietly, glowing within you as silent strength. Every soul carries a sacred wound, a hidden portal through which divine wisdom enters the human heart. When integrated, it grants you vision, empathy, and an unshakable sense of compassion. But when exposed prematurely, it draws back the same patterns, the same characters who once mirrored your pain. They arrive not to heal with you, but to feed on the residue of your vulnerability. Spiritual awakening demands discernment, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. When you constantly narrate your suffering, you are not releasing it, you are rehearsing it. You are reactivating the neural and energetic pathways that bind you to your old identity. And the more you identify with the past, the harder it becomes to dwell in the light of your rebirth. True transformation occurs when the story loses its emotional charge, when your sacred wound becomes the soil from which understanding blossoms rather than the chain that drags you backward. To protect your sacred wound is not to hide it, is to honor the divine alchemy that turned your pain into power. Think of it as a flame. It can light another's candle only if it remains steady within its own glass. If you expose it to too much wind, too much external validation, too much talking, it flickers and weakens. In spirituality, your energy is your most sacred currency. Guarding your healed self is an act of devotion to the divine that moves within you. When you share from a place of ego, the wound bleeds again. When you share from a place of mastery, the wound teaches without reopening. It whispers rather than screams. It blesses rather than burns. So use the wisdom of your sacred wound like a healer uses medicine carefully, intentionally, with reverence. You can extend compassion without performing your pain. You can guide others through darkness without re-entering it yourself. Some truths are too powerful to be wasted in casual conversation. They deserve to live in silence, where they continue to generate light. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, not in revealing your scars to be understood, but in carrying your scars as symbols of rebirth. The greatest lesson, then, is this: your sacred wound is not your identity, it is your initiation. Protect it, nurture it, and let it serve as quiet proof that you have turned your suffering into strength, your shadow into wisdom, and your past into light. If this message has resonated with your spirit today, speak it with faith. My sacred wounds are turning into wisdom. I am healed, whole, and protected by divine grace. 5. Never reveal your uncanny perfection. When you reach a profound stage of spiritual development, you begin to master what Carl Jung called the conscious persona, the mask you present to the world that reflects balance, adaptability, and inner awareness. You start to understand human nature so deeply that you can read energy, feel intentions, and sense emotions before words are even spoken. You know how to respond with calmness when others react, how to stay composed when tension rises, and how to use your awareness to create peace in any space. But here lies a sacred warning. Never reveal that you are aware of this power. Never confess that you are consciously using your understanding of the psyche to move harmoniously through life. Because the moment people sense that your presence is not accidental, but intentional, they may begin to feel manipulated, even if your motives are pure. Most individuals still live within the fragile boundaries of their ego. When they encounter someone who operates from consciousness rather than reactivity, they don't see alignment, they see control. That is why every truly awakened soul learns to hide their light beneath the veil of humility. This is not false modesty. It is sacred protection. Strategic humility means allowing yourself to appear a little imperfect, to make space for others' comfort, and to let your humanity shine brighter than your enlightenment. You don't have to constantly radiate wisdom or perfection. Sometimes, showing your flaws, your forgetfulness, your humor, your vulnerability builds deeper trust than showing your brilliance. When people feel you are too flawless, they feel unworthy. When they sense that you are human, they feel safe. And in that safety, they open their hearts to you, not because you have impressed them, but because they feel seen and accepted. This is the hidden grace of spiritual mastery, knowing when to shine and when to soften. Jung often reminded us that what we repress or deny within ourselves becomes projected onto others. So if you reveal too much of your spiritual awareness, people who have not yet awakened will project their fears and suspicions onto you. They will misunderstand your self-mastery as arrogance, your peace as emotional distance, your clarity as coldness. But when you carry your awareness with quiet confidence, when you walk through the world with a heart that whispers rather than boasts, you embody the kind of strength that doesn't need to prove itself. Think of the great sages, saints, and mystics who changed the world not by shining loudly, but by radiating quietly. Their power lay in presence, not performance. They let others see not their perfection, but their compassion. So learn the art of invisibility in your spirituality. Hide your light, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Let your consciousness guide your actions, not your image. Speak gently, listen deeply, and allow people to feel that they too are capable of the same peace that flows through you. When you walk in humility, your energy becomes magnetic, yet soft, powerful, yet safe. You no longer need to declare your awakening. The world will feel it. And as you continue to grow, remember this eternal truth. In true spiritual development, the highest form of brilliance is not dazzling perfection, but the quiet, unspoken glow of a heart that chooses to make others feel at home in its light. As we explore Carl Jung's hidden warnings about the sacred truths of spiritual awakening, take a moment to reflect on how far you've come in your own journey of awareness. Your presence here shows your courage to walk the path of inner transformation. Comment below, "I walk in silence, but with divine knowing," to affirm your wisdom and commitment to this higher path. Now, let's continue uncovering the deeper layers of spiritual awakening together. Once you awaken spiritually, your silence becomes your greatest strength. Not every truth is meant to be spoken, and not every revelation is meant to be shared. Protecting your inner world is how you preserve your peace, your energy, and your connection to the divine. If this message has spoken to your soul, take a moment to like this video, share it with others on their journey, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on spirituality, transformation, and the wisdom of Carl Jung. 12 signs only women with mature souls can do. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover the 12 powerful signs that only women with mature souls embody, signs that reflect depth, resilience, and wisdom far beyond appearances. These principles are not just observations. They are living truths you can apply in your own journey to grow, transform, and find greater happiness. As you listen, think about which of these signs resonate with you. Have you experienced them in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your story, because every reflection adds to our collective wisdom. 1. Unquenchable search for meaning. She cannot be satisfied with material comfort alone, because her soul is wired for something far deeper than possessions, status, or fleeting pleasures. There is within her an unquenchable hunger for truth, a fire that never goes out, and it pushes her to seek meaning in every corner of existence. Spirituality is not a decoration in her life, but the very foundation of her being. And through this endless journey, she experiences what many call a spiritual awakening. Her heart is not stirred by luxury or shallow pursuits. Instead, she finds herself restless in places without depth, yearning for conversations that touch eternity and choices that align with her higher calling. This longing is not born of dissatisfaction, but of recognition. Recognition that life is more than survival and success. That beneath the noise of daily life lies a mystery too profound to be ignored. For this reason, she often walks a path that feels different from others. While many chase comfort, she pursues understanding. While others fill their days with distraction, she carves out time for silence, meditation, and reflection, knowing that wisdom cannot be found in endless noise, but only in stillness. She turns to the words of thinkers like Carl Jung and poets like Rumi, not for intellectual show, but because they echo the truths she feels in her own spirit. She understands that the body will wither, wealth will fade, but the soul continues to evolve, and this awareness shapes every decision she makes. When she speaks, her words carry weight, not because they are rehearsed, but because they flow from a place of lived experience, of having asked and wrestled with questions that many avoid. Her search for meaning gives her a radiance no cosmetic can create, a light that shines through her eyes and infuses her presence with an undeniable energy. Men who encounter her often feel both inspired and unsettled, because she does not allow them to remain on the surface. To know her is to be challenged to look inward, to face one's own unanswered questions, to confront the gap between outer success and inner fulfillment. This is why she is unforgettable. She becomes a mirror that reflects not only who you are, but who you might become. She shows that life is not a straight line of achievement, but a spiral of awakening, and those who walk beside her are often pulled into that spiral, compelled to grow, to awaken, to search for their own meaning. Her mature soul carries echoes of many lifetimes, wisdom woven through joys and wounds, victories and losses. That is why she is never afraid of the shadows within herself, for she knows even darkness holds lessons. The unquenchable search for meaning transforms her restlessness into a compass, guiding her toward experiences that elevate not only her, but those around her. She becomes a living example of Jung's insight that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, because her life is a testimony that becoming is not an endpoint, but a sacred journey. And as she continues to seek, she invites others to awaken alongside her, reminding them that true youth, vitality, and beauty are not sustained by resisting time, but by aligning with the eternal flow of the Spirit. Are you ready to embrace the unquenchable search for meaning? If so, comment below, "I choose wisdom," to show your commitment to this powerful journey. 2. Mysterious connection to certain places or times. There are women whose souls are so mature that when they enter a certain place or encounter a tradition, a culture, or even a landscape, they feel an unexplainable recognition rising from within, as though some forgotten part of themselves has returned home. It is not simply nostalgia or imagination, but rather the timeless journey of the soul, revealing itself in subtle whispers. Carl Jung, the great psychologist of the unconscious, spoke of how the soul carries the accumulated wisdom of the collective unconscious, holding memories and impressions that extend far beyond the limits of one single life. When such a woman finds herself standing before an ancient temple, walking down the narrow streets of a foreign city, or hearing a melody in a language she does not understand, she does not feel like a stranger. Instead, something deep inside her stirs, a feeling of belonging, of remembering, of knowing without explanation. This is the mark of a mature soul, to experience the present moment not as an isolated event, but as part of a continuum that stretches through unseen time and space. You can imagine how powerful this is. Perhaps she stands at the base of a mountain she has never climbed, yet feels its strength resonate within her own bones. Perhaps she sees a ritual in a faraway land and senses that its rhythm is already inscribed in her heart. These moments are not random. They are signs that her soul has touched these places before, or that it carries within it echoes of lives lived and wisdom gained. This spiritual wisdom is what sets her apart from the ordinary. While most people only see the surface of a landscape or the novelty of a culture, she perceives something sacred woven through it all. As Carl Jung wrote, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." The mature soul awakens precisely because she listens to these signals instead of dismissing them. She honors them as guidance, as reminders that her life is part of a greater whole. Modern society often demands logic, proof, and measurable reasons for every feeling. Yet the woman with a mature soul knows that the deepest truths cannot be reduced to numbers or explained away by science. She recognizes that her mysterious pull towards certain times and places is not an illusion but a gift. It is her soul whispering that life is more than linear progress, more than the clock and the calendar. This is what we call a true spiritual awakening. The moment when you stand beside a river you have never seen before and feel as though its waters once carried your reflection, or when you hear the chants of a tradition you have never practiced yet somehow feel your spirit rise with every note. These are not accidents. They are reminders of the eternal memory the soul carries. Such recognition is not only beautiful, but also transformative. For a woman with a mature soul, it becomes a compass that shapes her choices, her relationships, and her destiny. She cannot ignore the feeling because it is part of who she is. She walks through life not as a passive traveler, but as a guardian of hidden wisdom, carrying the stories of many ages within her. When you meet her, you will sense that she is both ancient and new, grounded yet limitless, and in her presence, something in your own soul may awaken too. You might feel a stirring, a quiet reminder that you are also part of this cosmic story. The poet Rumi once said, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." The woman with a mature soul understands this not because she has read it, but because she has lived it across time. Her mysterious connection to places, traditions, and moments is not bound by logic, but by the eternal thread of memory and spirit. She is not limited to the body she wears or the age she carries. She is living proof that the soul dances across centuries and that its wisdom reveals itself in the most ordinary yet extraordinary encounters. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the kind that Carl Jung devoted his life to exploring, reminding us that the soul is vast, timeless, and always ready to awaken in the places where we least expect it. 3. Deep compassion and empathy. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a well of deep compassion and empathy that flows effortlessly, not from obligation, but from her natural awareness of human interconnectedness. Carl Jung spoke of the collective unconscious, a shared reservoir of memory and experience that binds us all. And in her presence, you feel this truth come alive. She feels another's suffering as if it were her own, not because she tries, but because her heart is finely tuned to the subtle vibrations of human emotion. When someone near her is hurting, she does not need words to know it. She senses the weight in their silence, the tremor in their voice, the heaviness behind their smile, and she responds not with pity, but with genuine understanding. Her empathy is not something learned or practiced. It is the essence of her being, a sign of spirituality and spiritual growth that transcends the surface-level kindness often performed in society. In the noise of modern life, where people are buried under work, distracted by screens, and disconnected from one another, such a woman shines like a rare light. She is the friend who checks on you without being asked, the co-worker who notices your unspoken struggles, or the stranger who offers warmth when the world seems cold. Thoreau once said, "Could a greater miracle take place than for us to look through each other's eyes for an instant?" And a woman with a mature soul lives in that miracle daily. Her compassion stretches beyond her circle. She feels the pain of the world, whether it is the grief of a stranger, the injustice of society, or the suffering of the earth itself. She does not turn away from these burdens, but carries them with grace, transforming sorrow into action, showing through her presence that true love is not in words, but in deeds. This depth of empathy, however, is not without cost. To feel so deeply is to carry the risk of exhaustion, and women with mature souls often know the weight of compassion fatigue. Yet, rather than harden their hearts, they choose a different path. They learn balance. They rest when needed, nurture their inner world, and practice self-care, understanding that even the strongest flame must be tended, or it will burn out. In doing so, they teach us that compassion is not endless sacrifice, but wise giving, that the power to heal others must be paired with the wisdom to protect one's own spirit. Her spirituality is lived, not spoken. She reminds us that to truly grow is to embrace both tenderness and strength, to feel deeply without drowning, and to offer love without losing oneself. Sensitivity is not weakness, but sacred power. In a culture that glorifies hardness and detachment, she shows that the ability to feel, to care, and to empathize is the greatest force for transformation. When you meet such a woman, honor her presence, for she embodies the spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung believed could illuminate the hidden truths of our shared humanity. Her life is a quiet lesson. Let compassion guide your steps. Let empathy be your bridge to others, and let your spirituality lead you into growth, healing, and love not only for the world, but also for your own soul. If this message about deep compassion and empathy resonates with you, comment below, "I agree." If you see it differently, share your perspective with, "I don't think so." Let's start a meaningful conversation together. 4. Inner calm in chaos. In moments of crisis, when the world seems to collapse into noise and confusion, she does not lose herself in fear or rush to control what cannot be controlled, for her spirit has been tempered by both light and shadow, teaching her that storms are not meant to break us, but to awaken something deeper within. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And she embodies this privilege fully, for she has journeyed through suffering, heartbreak, and disappointment. Yet instead of letting bitterness shape her, she chose understanding, integration, and trust in life's greater rhythm. Her calm is not a mask she wears to hide her feelings, but a strength born from the quiet knowledge that chaos too has meaning. And it is this unshakable rootedness that sets her apart. When panic fills a room, her presence alone steadies others without words, reminding them that peace is still possible, and in her balance, they find the courage to breathe again. This is not passivity, but an active choice to remain grounded, an energy that transforms fear into trust, uncertainty into clarity. She carries within her the wisdom of the collective unconscious, what Jung described as the timeless memory of the human soul. And this wisdom speaks through her silence more powerfully than speeches ever could. Her calm does not mean she has avoided life's struggles. It means she has embraced them and emerged with grace, refusing to let her wounds define her. She knows the weight of loss and the sting of betrayal, yet she has chosen forgiveness over bitterness, patience over reaction, presence over distraction. That is why, when she stands in the middle of chaos, she is not shaken, because she has already walked through inner storms that most never dare to face. In a modern world obsessed with noise, speed, and shallow solutions, her stillness becomes magnetic, drawing others toward her like thirsty souls drawn to water. Picture a workplace erupting with fear of collapse, or a family torn apart by conflict. She enters not with force, but with presence, and her stability becomes the hidden anchor that holds everyone together. This is the rare beauty of a mature soul. She does not just calm herself, she restores balance to others, becoming proof that true strength is quiet, resilient, and deeply spiritual. Men who encounter her recognize, often without knowing why, that this quality is not common. It is the mark of someone who is awakened, who has chosen to live with depth rather than distraction. And in witnessing her, they too are reminded that real maturity is not about age or control, but about cultivating the courage to remain steady when everything else falls apart. 5. Visionary foresight. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a rare gift that Carl Jung would describe as a reflection of the collective unconscious. And one of the most powerful signs of this is her visionary foresight. She can sense cultural, spiritual, and collective shifts long before they become visible to the rest of the world, as if her inner compass is tuned to the deeper rhythms of life that others cannot hear. While most people only recognize change once it arrives and disrupts their reality, she feels the whispers of transformation in her intuition, like an underground current moving silently before it breaks the surface. This makes her ahead of her time, but also misunderstood, or even isolated, because people around her cannot yet grasp what she already knows in her heart. She learns to carry this solitude with grace, because she understands that truth often appears as a stranger before it becomes common wisdom. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." This captures the essence of her foresight, for she does not rely on the fleeting noise of the external world, but listens to the quiet voice within. By turning inward, she awakens to patterns, cycles, and hidden meanings that most overlook. And this spiritual wisdom gives her the ability to perceive what is about to unfold. She might feel the growing hunger for authenticity when society is still intoxicated by illusions. Or she may notice a return to simplicity while the world is still caught in excess. To others, her insights may sound like warnings or even strange prophecies, but as time passes, they prove to be true. This foresight is not about fortune-telling, but about perceiving the subtle undercurrents of human energy, culture, and consciousness. She feels them before they crystallize into reality. And this is why women with mature souls are often drawn to spirituality and spiritual awakening. They understand that the external world is only a reflection of the inner one, and that collective change begins in the invisible space of thought, feeling, and intention. Such awareness often places them in the role of guides, healers, or teachers, even if they never consciously sought that path. Because people naturally turn to those who can see further than the horizon. Yet this gift does not come without its burdens. To be in a room where everyone is celebrating what you already know is fading, or to warn of a coming storm when others see only blue skies, is to carry the weight of loneliness. But solitude teaches her strength, and isolation becomes a sanctuary where she learns to trust her inner knowing. Rumi expressed it beautifully. Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even if you have never walked this way before. In this acceptance lies her power, for she understands that foresight is not a curse, but a sacred responsibility, a call to honor what she perceives even if others are not ready. Over time, this visionary quality makes her magnetic, even to those who cannot explain why they are drawn to her. People feel that she carries a truth larger than herself, a wisdom that transcends time and circumstance, and they sense that her presence itself is a reminder of something eternal. She becomes a beacon for those beginning to awaken, a gentle but firm light that guides others to see beyond appearances. Her ability to embody both patience and conviction allows her to stand in her truth without demanding that others follow, because she knows that time will eventually reveal what her soul already saw. To be such a woman is to live in the paradox of both pain and beauty, carrying the loneliness of being misunderstood, yet the quiet joy of knowing she is connected to something far greater than herself. This is the mark of a mature soul. She does not merely witness history, she feels it in her bones before it arrives, and in carrying this foresight, she becomes a living testament to Carl Jung's insight that those who awaken to the unconscious do not do so for themselves alone, but for the collective. If you believe that visionary foresight is a gift of the mature soul, show your support by liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and sharing your insights in the comments below. Let's grow in wisdom together. 6. Need for solitude. When a woman with a mature soul seeks solitude, it is not because she rejects the world or distances herself from people, but because she understands that her inner world must be nourished with the same devotion that her outer life requires. Solitude becomes her sacred ritual, a sanctuary where she reconnects with her essence and allows her spirit to breathe. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And for women walking the path of spirituality and spiritual growth, solitude is not loneliness, it is awakening. Think of a modern woman balancing work, family, and countless obligations. Her phone never stops buzzing. Colleagues look to her for guidance, and loved ones rely on her strength. Yet within all this noise, she feels a profound pull to step back, to retreat into silence for a while. Maybe she takes a quiet walk under the trees, writes in her journal at a cafe, or simply sits by her window, watching the evening sky. These are not moments of escape, but moments of return to herself, to her soul, to the deep well of wisdom within. Society may pressure her to always be available and endlessly productive, but she knows that her truest productivity, her clearest insights, and her deepest love flow only from stillness. Without these sacred pauses, she risks becoming drained and detached from her essence. When you meet such a woman, you can sense the difference immediately. Her calm presence radiates a quiet strength. Her words carry weight, and her eyes reflect a depth that only solitude can give. This practice is not new. Great visionaries, mystics, and artists throughout history, Rumi, Thoreau, Jung himself, understood solitude as the birthplace of wisdom and creativity. Women with mature souls mirror this timeless truth in their everyday lives. They may decline an invitation, not from indifference, but from reverence for their inner sanctuary. And when they re-emerge, they do so renewed, carrying light, healing, and inspiration for those around them. In a world addicted to noise, choosing solitude can look unusual, but it is an act of profound courage. It takes strength to listen to the quiet voice of the soul over the clamor of the crowd. If you, too, feel this need for sacred alone time, honor it without guilt. Solitude is not selfish. It is soul care. Protect your inner space the way you protect your home, and you will discover that far from isolating you, it expands your capacity to love, to create, and to serve with authenticity. The truth is simple, yet powerful. Your moments of solitude are not empty. They are fertile ground where your spirituality takes root and your spiritual growth blossoms. From this space of silence and renewal, you rise stronger, clearer, and more deeply connected to the life you were always meant to live. 7. Detachment from materialism. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a kind of wealth that no possession can rival, because she has long discovered that happiness does not come from what you own, but from who you are. While the world runs after shiny objects, chasing promotions, cars, or luxury brands as proof of success, she stands apart with quiet confidence, knowing that these things can never touch the depth of her being. She may admire beauty, but she does not cling to it. For her heart is not captured by labels or price tags. Her joy rests in simplicity, in living authentically, and in the silent growth of her spirit, because she understands that real abundance is measured not by what fills her home, but by what fills her soul. Her detachment from materialism does not mean she rejects comfort or beauty. Rather, she does not confuse them with meaning. Carl Jung reminded us that individuation is the path of becoming our true selves beyond society's masks, and she embodies that wisdom. She knows money may buy a softer bed, but it cannot buy peaceful sleep. It may open doors of recognition, but it cannot give respect. It may decorate her surroundings, but it cannot decorate her heart. While others may live enslaved by possessions, she moves freely, her worth glowing from within like a steady flame that needs no fuel from the outside world. In today's culture, where social media parades endless images of luxury vacations, expensive gadgets, and carefully curated lifestyles, many lose themselves chasing illusions. Yet a woman with a mature soul sees through this game. She is not impressed by excess, because she knows that behind the curtain of materialism lies emptiness. If you were to walk beside her through a grand store, you would notice that her sense of joy does not rise or fall with the items on display. She may smile, she may admire, but she remains whole with or without them. This detachment makes her magnetic, because people sense in her a freedom they themselves long for but cannot name. Men especially may find her both challenging and inspiring, for she reminds them that chasing status or possessions will never bring the satisfaction they seek. Her presence is like a mirror reflecting back your own restless desires, urging you to consider what really matters. She does not preach, but her life quietly teaches that less is often more, that stillness is stronger than noise, and that the richest treasure lies not in possessions, but in the unfolding of the soul. Her strength lies not in denial, but in choice, not in poverty, but in perspective. She chooses growth over greed, truth over appearances, and meaning over status. Her detachment is her sovereignty, and it allows her to walk in the world without being consumed by it. In her presence, you feel the possibility of your own spiritual awakening, as if her freedom could awaken a freedom in you too. She is proof that material things fade, but the maturity of the soul endures, and she invites you without words, but with her very being, to step into that same truth. If this truth about detachment from materialism resonates with your soul, declare it in the comments. I value wisdom over wealth, and my spirit is free. 8. Affinity with children and elders. A woman with a mature soul carries within her an extraordinary gift that reveals itself in the way she effortlessly bonds with both children and elders, for she sees purity and truth in the young and wisdom in the old. Carl Jung, whose spiritual wisdom continues to guide seekers, once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are," and such a woman lives this truth by moving gracefully between innocence and experience. When she kneels to listen to a child, she does not dismiss their playful stories as meaningless chatter, but instead she honors their imagination as a reflection of an uncorrupted soul still connected to the essence of life. When she sits with an elder, she does not grow impatient with their repetitions or silence, but rather treats each memory as a sacred pearl of wisdom, honoring their journey and the lessons only time can give. This unique ability to embrace both ends of life's spectrum shows that she understands something most overlooked, that the soul speaks through every stage of life, and that both the beginning and the nearing completion of the journey hold truths that the busy middle years often miss. Her presence with children makes them feel seen, understood, and safe, as if she recognizes the eternal light within them, while elders feel a profound respect from her that goes beyond social courtesy, for she acknowledges the weight of their lived experience and the wisdom carved by struggle and endurance. Such a connection is not mere kindness, it is spiritual awakening in motion, because she sees through the illusion of time and recognizes that the soul exists beyond age, carrying both innocence and depth within. Her affinity with children and elders is a reflection of her humility and authenticity, for she does not seek relationships based on power, status, or convenience, but is drawn instead to what is raw, true, and enduring. In children, she finds honesty without masks, and in elders, she finds stories that are mirrors of resilience and grace. Carl Jung believed in the collective unconscious, a timeless well of memory and wisdom, and this explains why a mature soul can move seamlessly between generations, bridging gaps that others cannot. Through her, we are reminded that the soul is not bound by years, but is eternal, that innocence and wisdom are not opposites, but reflections of the same truth expressed at different points in life's circle. The woman with a mature soul becomes a living bridge between the laughter of the young and the quiet strength of the old, embodying Jung's words, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Her life is an awakening to the reality that the most powerful lessons often come not from the noise of the world, but from the voices of those societies that often overlook the purity of children and the depth of elders. And in her ability to honor both, she shows us the essence of spiritual wisdom, teaching us that the soul itself is ageless, timeless, and forever awake. 9. Spiritual orientation. Her spirituality is never confined by dogma or rigid structures, because for her, faith is not a checklist of rules, but a living, breathing experience that flows through every part of her being. She draws wisdom from many traditions, blending insights from ancient philosophies, sacred texts, and personal experience into a way of life that honors the sacred in everything. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And her life reflects this truth perfectly, for she does not chase external validation, but instead turns inward, finding clarity and strength in her own soul. This orientation makes her presence magnetic. She carries an aura of peace that speaks louder than words, showing that true spirituality is not proclaimed but lived. You may notice it when you meet such a woman, the way she listens to you with complete attention, the way she finds meaning in preparing a simple meal, or how she walks through a crowded city yet remains centered, like a calm river flowing through chaos. These qualities are not random. They are the fruit of long years of spiritual growth, of choosing again and again to see life itself as her temple. She does not limit herself to one path, because she knows truth cannot be caged. Instead, she sees every culture, every teaching, and every challenge as another chance to learn and to expand. In her, you will not find judgment or arrogance, but compassion, acceptance, and the ability to see the divine spark in everyone she meets. This is why her spirituality feels so authentic, because it is woven into her ordinary moments. When she wakes to the sunrise, she breathes in gratitude. When she faces hardship, she turns it into a lesson rather than a wound. When she speaks, her words carry weight, not because they are loud, but because they are rooted in experience. Spirituality is not about following rules handed down by others, but about awakening to the sacred that is already around and within you. Spiritual growth does not make you separate from life, but draws you deeper into it, allowing you to see beauty even in the mundane, to remain steady even in storms, and to love without conditions. Ask yourself now, how can you make your life a sacred practice? Can you see your morning coffee as a ritual of gratitude, your walk as meditation, or your relationships as opportunities to honor the divine spark in others? For this is the quiet secret of mature souls. They live each day as both student and teacher, and through their presence remind you that enlightenment is not hidden in distant mountains, but revealed in the simplicity of living with awareness, reverence, and love. If you've connected with this message about spiritual orientation, comment below, "I walk with spirit." Your voice helps us grow together. 10. Depth in the eyes. Her gaze carries a depth that cannot be taught, for within it lives the wisdom of experiences embraced, shadows integrated, and truths that many spend a lifetime avoiding. When you meet her eyes, it feels as if time slows, as if the noise of the world fades, and suddenly you are no longer just looking at a woman. You are looking into a mirror that reflects your hidden battles, your silent victories, and the corners of your soul you often keep concealed. It is why some find her presence unsettling, while others find it healing. Because being seen in this way is to be recognized beyond masks and appearances, beyond roles and achievements, at the level of spirit itself. Carl Jung spoke of the soul's journey toward wholeness, reminding us that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And in her gaze, you can feel the truth of that, because she does not turn away from darkness. She has embraced it, transformed it, and now carries it as quiet power in her eyes. Men who encounter such a woman often describe the sensation as if her eyes hold 1,000 stories, not just of this life, but of many lifetimes, as though she is connected to something ancient and unshakable. There is no need for her to explain, because her eyes speak a silent language of endurance, compassion, and understanding that words can never fully capture. You sense in her a kind of timelessness, the mark of someone who has walked through pain and beauty alike, and who has allowed those experiences to carve wisdom into her very being. When she looks at you, it is not a casual glance, but a quiet invitation to drop the armor, to let go of the noise, to face the truth of who you are and who you might become. In the modern world, where attention is scattered and connections are often shallow, her gaze feels like an anchor. It pulls you out of the endless chase for more success, more possessions, more distractions, and brings you back to yourself. There is an almost spiritual gravity in her presence, a reminder that life is not only about the external, but about the inner landscapes that shape everything we do. It is no accident that such women are rare, because to reach this level of maturity requires courage, patience, and a willingness to embrace solitude, to face heartbreak, to grow from wounds instead of hiding them. Her eyes reveal not only her own journey, but also awaken within you a call to begin or deepen your own. To be looked at by her is to stand before a living embodiment of spirituality and spiritual awakening. For she carries in her gaze the balance of shadow and light, the weight of silence and the promise of truth. Some men recoil from it because they are not ready to be seen in such fullness, while others are drawn closer, finding comfort in being recognized without judgment. But for anyone who dares to meet her gaze fully, it becomes a transformative experience, one that stirs the soul and reminds you that the deepest connections are not formed through words, but through presence, honesty, and the courage to look both outward and inward without turning away. 11. Strong intuition. Her intuition is not just a passing feeling, but a deep inner compass that guides her through life with clarity and strength, often more accurately than logic itself. While the world around her hesitates, doubts, or calculates endlessly, she trusts this inner voice that speaks from beyond reason, and time and again it proves to be right. Carl Jung once said, "Intuition is perception via the unconscious," and this truth describes her perfectly, because her knowing does not come only from her personal experience, but from a vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom connected to the collective unconscious. It is why she can step onto paths others avoid, make choices that seem irrational to the outside world, and yet watch those very choices unfold into profound correctness. In everyday situations, this gift reveals itself clearly. She may feel a quiet certainty about which relationship nurtures her soul and which drains her, about when to move toward a new opportunity or when to close a chapter, about which people to trust, even before they show their true colors. Others may spend days analyzing every possible option, but she simply listens within, and her intuition delivers guidance that logic cannot match. It does not mean she is never questioned or doubted, but even in the face of skepticism, she understands that betraying her intuition would be betraying her very essence. This trust is not arrogance, but alignment, born of many experiences where her inner knowing saved her from mistakes others fell into. Carl Jung described such souls as bearers of echoes of ancestral wisdom, archetypes, and timeless truths, and her intuition is nothing less than that wisdom rising into consciousness. Albert Einstein captured this balance when he said, "The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. She honors reason, yet she never lets it silence the sacred gift of her intuition." And it is this balance that gives her presence an aura of depth and power, as though she sees through layers of reality others cannot. Everyone has felt the sting of ignoring intuition, trusting someone who later betrayed you, staying in a situation that drained your spirit, or walking down a path you knew deep down was wrong. The mature soul has lived these lessons too, but unlike most, she quickly learns to refine her listening. Each experience strengthens her trust in that still voice within, until her faith in it becomes unshakable. Spiritual awakening has taught her that the universe whispers first, and only when you ignore the whispers does it shout through chaos and pain. That is why she listens early, avoids unnecessary suffering, and walks a path aligned with her destiny. Strong intuition is the sign that defines her essence and sets her apart. It is the silent language of her soul, the channel through which spiritual wisdom flows, and the force that gives her direction even in times of uncertainty. Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The woman with a mature soul has already begun this work. She listens, she trusts, she transforms intuition into awareness, and awareness into strength. This is why, though her life may not be free of challenges, it always carries a depth, a meaning, and a spiritual power that cannot be shaken. 12. Penetrating understanding of human nature. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a rare gift, a penetrating understanding of human nature that allows her to see beyond appearances and into the hidden truths that others conceal. She notices what most overlook, the quiet sorrow behind a smile, the insecurity masked by confidence, the anger that hides unhealed wounds. This clarity becomes her protection, for she is not easily deceived, yet it also makes her heart softer, for she understands that beneath every mask lies a story of pain. Carl Jung once observed, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Through her inner awakening, she develops the ability to awaken compassion rather than judgment, choosing to respond with empathy where others might condemn. Yet this extraordinary vision often leads her into a kind of sacred loneliness. While the world thrives on facades and superficial connections, her soul hungers for authenticity, for depth, for honesty that few are ready to give. She can be surrounded by people and still feel a distance, as though she is tuned into a frequency no one else hears. But instead of being a burden, this solitude becomes the soil where spirituality grows stronger. In silence, she learns to embrace her own depth, to anchor herself in divine truth, and to walk through life with a heart that understands without needing words. Her loneliness transforms into strength, reminding her that spiritual growth sometimes requires walking paths that others fear to tread. In the modern world, you may have seen her without realizing it. She is the colleague who senses the unspoken tension in a meeting, the friend who notices the weariness in your eyes before you admit it, the quiet presence who offers a kind word that soothes wounds you never shared aloud. People call it intuition, a sixth sense, but it is truly the wisdom of a soul that listens beyond what is spoken. Her insight is invisible yet undeniable, shaping her actions and creating ripples of healing wherever she goes. This is not a gift meant to expose others. It is a sacred responsibility to nurture, to guide, and to protect. The deeper lesson is that when you cultivate your own spiritual growth, you begin to see life differently too. You stop being fooled by appearances and start recognizing the humanity behind every facade. You learn that your gift of perception is not for judgment, but for understanding, not for superiority, but for service. As Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. Just as she sees the hidden wounds of others, she has learned to embrace her own pain as the doorway to wisdom. She carries the scars of experience, but instead of bitterness, she radiates compassion. To walk with such awareness is to live with both burden and blessing. For true maturity of the soul means seeing clearly while choosing to love anyway. A woman with this gift knows that her insight is not meant to isolate her, but to illuminate the path for others. She reminds us all that behind every mask, there is a heart longing to be understood, and behind every facade, there is a soul searching for healing. Her very presence teaches us that spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about entering it with eyes wide open, with the courage to see, and with the compassion to heal. If this insight into human nature resonates with you, affirm your wisdom by commenting below, "I see beyond the surface." Your words may inspire others to look deeper into the truth of who we are. As we've explored today, Carl Jung reminds us that the presence of a mature soul shines through in unique ways, whether it's wisdom that transcends age, compassion that touches others deeply, or the ability to see life with clarity and grace. These 12 signs are not just traits to recognize in others, but principles we can all strive to embody for our own growth and fulfillment. By embracing these qualities, you invite more peace, purpose, and happiness into your daily life. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your experiences. And don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights that inspire your journey. The 5 deadliest empath types narcissists cannot control. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. In this video, we're diving deep into the 5 deadliest empath types narcissists cannot control. A journey through the powerful psychology of energy, empathy, and self-mastery. Each empath type holds a hidden strength that not only protects your spirit, but also teaches you how to rise above manipulation and emotional chaos. As you listen, reflect on which empath type resonates most with you and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's awaken the deeper layers of spiritual wisdom together, because true freedom begins when you understand your own energy. 1. Reflective empath. Mirror that melts the mask. Reflective empaths are the mirrors that melt the mask, the kind of souls who unknowingly expose the truth hidden behind illusion. Their core power lies in unconscious mirroring, an innate ability to reflect the emotions, intentions, and shadows of others with astonishing precision. Before their spiritual awakening, this gift often feels like a burden. They walk through life absorbing the moods of people around them, confusing others' emotions with their own, and questioning their reality. Narcissists are drawn to them because their reflective nature becomes a playground for manipulation. Through gaslighting and subtle distortion, the narcissist makes the empath doubt what they see, twisting truth until it serves their control. At this stage, the empath's reflection is still unconscious. It mirrors without awareness, absorbing more pain than it releases. But everything transforms the moment the reflective empath awakens. Through self-awareness and spirituality, they begin to see the invisible pattern. What they feel is not always theirs. They start noticing how easily they mirror others' energy and emotions, and instead of absorbing them, they learn to reflect them back consciously. This is the power of spiritual awakening, the shift from emotional entanglement to energetic clarity. The empath stops fixing, explaining, or carrying the emotional weight of others. They simply reflect reality as it is pure, raw, unfiltered. Their presence becomes like a clear mirror that shows truth without distortion. They no longer react or defend. They simply reveal. For the narcissist, this moment is devastating. When faced with a conscious mirror, their carefully constructed false self begins to collapse. The reflection pierces the illusion and exposes the shadow they've denied for so long. What once gave them power, the ability to manipulate perception, now backfires. The reflective empath's calm and clarity trigger what psychologists call a narcissistic injury cascade. The narcissist, unable to handle the truth of their own reflection, begins to unravel emotionally. Their facade of superiority shatters as they come face to face with the emptiness beneath. This is why narcissists cannot control reflective empaths. You cannot manipulate what you cannot deceive. When the empath mirrors back the narcissist's true energy without judgment or fear, they strip away every layer of delusion. The narcissist's mask melts not because the empath fights, but because they see. Their power is not aggression, it's awareness. They illuminate what others hide. And this illumination, rooted in spirituality and consciousness, dissolves falsehood effortlessly. The reflective empath's journey is not about confrontation, but transformation. Their mirror does not punish, it purifies. Through conscious reflection, they become catalysts for truth, teaching by being, not by speaking. They embody Carl Jung's wisdom, One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. They show that true mastery is not control over others, but control over the self. When you no longer carry what isn't yours, when you reflect instead of absorb, you reclaim your sacred power. The reflective empath stands as a symbol of spiritual awakening, serene, untouchable, and free, not because they resist the darkness, but because they've learned to reflect it back into light. Have you ever realized how your energy reflects the true nature of others? Share your experiences in the comments telling us how being a reflective empath has revealed someone's hidden mask. And if you're just beginning to explore this kind of spiritual insight, comment, "I will start reflecting," to embrace this journey of self-awareness and spiritual wisdom together. 2. Intuitive empath. Psychological X-ray. The intuitive empath is often called a living psychological X-ray because they can sense truth and deception long before words even take shape. Their body is like an instrument of spiritual intelligence, finely tuned through years of spiritual development and awareness. They don't just listen with their ears. They feel through energy, tone, and vibration. When something is off, their body reacts instantly. A tightening in the chest, a sudden shift in breath, or a wave of unease that whispers, "Something here isn't right." This is their greatest strength and ability to detect manipulation before it's deployed. It's not a theory, but an embodied knowing, the direct result of intuition and spirituality merging into one continuous flow of perception that transcends logic. Yet, this gift comes with its own shadow. The intuitive empath's biggest danger lies in overriding these inner signals with reasoning that isn't truly their own. Narcissists exploit this exact weakness, weaving clever explanations that make the empath question their instincts. They will twist logic to make you doubt what you feel, saying, "You're imagining things," or "You're too sensitive." But remember, sensitivity is not weakness, it's advanced perception. As Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The intuitive empath who learns to trust their bodily wisdom begins to awaken spiritually on a deeper level. They start to see that their intuitive sensations are not irrational. They are sacred signals, guiding them through the fog of deception toward clarity and self-trust. When you learn to trust your inner sensations rather than the manipulative words of others, something remarkable happens. You stop explaining yourself and start observing. You notice how your energy contracts in the presence of dishonesty and expands around authenticity. This awareness transforms into power, and that power is protection. Narcissists cannot control someone who feels truth in their bones because their lies cannot pass through the filter of embodied intuition. They rely on confusion and denial, but your energy reads them like an open book. When words and intentions don't match, you sense the discord instantly. You may not always confront it aloud, but internally, you've already detached your energy from their web. This level of intuitive mastery represents the height of spiritual development, where intuition is not just a feeling, but a language of the soul. Your body becomes your compass, pointing you toward what aligns with your higher truth. Each intuitive hit refines your understanding of people and situations, allowing you to move with grace instead of fear. This is how spirituality becomes practical. It's not about escaping the world, but navigating it with awareness. The intuitive empath's greatest lesson is simple yet profound. Your intuition does not need proof to be valid. It is your direct line to divine intelligence. Trust it fully, and you will never again be lost in someone else's illusion. No narcissist, no manipulator, no deceiver can overpower an empath who is grounded in their body, connected to their intuition, and anchored in their spirituality. Comment below. I trust my intuition completely. If you recognize yourself as an intuitive empath, one who can see beyond words and sense truth in silence. 3. Boundary empath. Impenetrable differentiation. The boundary empath carries what Carl Jung once described as impenetrable differentiation, the sacred ability to know exactly where you end and where others begin, even in the middle of chaos. You don't just feel energy when you read it. You trace it back to its source, and you know instinctively what belongs to you and what doesn't. This is not emotional detachment. It's emotional mastery. You've walked through the fire of overgiving, absorbing pain that was never yours, and drowning in emotions that didn't belong to your soul. But somewhere along the journey, awareness awakened within you, the understanding that compassion without discernment becomes self-sacrifice. That moment was your turning point, when you began to tag emotions by their source, whispering to yourself, "This is mine. This is not." And from that awareness, true freedom was born. Before this awakening, you were vulnerable to emotional contagion, feeling exhausted after conversations, anxious for no reason, guilty for setting boundaries. But now, through spiritual wisdom, you've learned that being kind doesn't mean being consumed. You've discovered that empathy is not about merging, it's about mirroring truth. Your energy no longer leaks into every wounded soul around you. Instead, you've built sacred walls of discernment, not to keep love out, but to protect peace within. And in that strength lies your quiet power. You no longer absorb the storm. You remain the calm center within it. When someone projects guilt, fear, or chaos, it hits your boundary and dissolves, because your sense of self is too clear, too rooted, too self-aware to be manipulated. This is why narcissists cannot control you. Their games require blurred lines, where guilt, shame, and confusion can creep in undetected. But your clarity leaves them powerless. You see through their tactics, the subtle blame, the emotional flooding, the twisted responsibility, and you simply refuse to engage. You've learned that guilt is a weapon of the insecure, and that empathy must be guided by awareness, not pity. Like Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. You've made your unconscious boundaries conscious, and now they guard your soul like sentinels of light. Your no has become holy, your silence sacred, your distance divine. In your presence, chaos loses its hold. You don't absorb negativity, you alchemize it. You can walk into a room heavy with tension and bring calm simply by existing as yourself. Your energy is clean, self-contained, and unshakable. This doesn't mean you lack empathy. It means your empathy has matured. You love without losing yourself. You care without carrying what isn't yours. You give from overflow, not depletion. And every time you choose peace over people-pleasing, clarity over confusion, truth over tolerance, you rise higher in your own spiritual awakening. That is the true essence of the boundary empath. Compassionate yet untouchable, loving yet unshakable, connected yet free. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights on how to master emotional boundaries and protect your energy like a true boundary empath. 4. Transmutative empath. Alchemical immunity. There exists a rare kind of empath whose very presence changes the atmosphere around them, a transmutative empath. This empath is an alchemist of energy, capable of turning darkness into light and pain into peace through the subtle power of awareness. Their gift is what Carl Jung described as making the darkness conscious. For true spirituality does not come from escaping the shadows, but from transforming them. The transmutative empath embodies this truth by understanding that every emotion, whether joy or fear, anger or love, is simply energy waiting to be transmuted. During their spiritual awakening, they realize that resistance feeds negativity, but conscious acceptance dissolves it. When they feel emotional heaviness, they don't reject it. They hold it in awareness, allowing its vibration to shift until it becomes neutral or healing. This process, though invisible, is the highest form of energetic mastery, a living expression of spiritual wisdom that turns suffering into strength. Yet this power does not come easily. Before awakening to their true nature, the transmutative empath often becomes the emotional landfill of others, absorbing pain, confusion, and toxicity until they themselves fall into exhaustion, anxiety, or illness. This is the pre-activation risk of their path. To give endlessly, without realizing that empathy without consciousness is self-sacrifice. But through this very suffering, they learn the sacred art of energetic alchemy. They discover that emotions are not personal burdens, but universal energies seeking balance. When awareness deepens, the empath begins to see anger as unexpressed pain, fear as frozen energy, and sadness as love that has lost its direction. In holding these emotions without judgment, the transmutative empath initiates the transformation, turning chaos into clarity and wounds into wisdom. For narcissists, this type of empath is their ultimate undoing. Narcissistic control thrives on projection, guilt, and emotional reaction. They feed on confusion and emotional chaos, manipulating others into self-doubt. But when their toxic energy meets a transmutative empath, the manipulation dissolves. Every attempt to provoke fails because the empath no longer mirrors or absorbs the energy. They transform it. The narcissist's attack is met with stillness, their projection met with clarity, and their poison met with alchemical neutrality. In such a presence, the narcissist's illusion collapses. They can no longer find emotional entry points because there is no resonance left to exploit. The transmutative empath doesn't fight back because there is nothing to fight. They simply vibrate beyond the frequency of manipulation. This transformation is the essence of spiritual awakening and evolution, from emotional reaction to energetic mastery. The transmutative empath learns to let energy move through the heart rather than the ego, understanding that all experiences, no matter how dark, serve the evolution of consciousness. As they rise in awareness, they become emotionally immune, not through walls or indifference, but through unconditional acceptance that transmutes darkness into light. In Jungian terms, they have united the opposites within the light and shadow, achieving what Jung called the alchemical process of individuation. Their spirituality becomes not just belief, but embodiment. They are walking proof that true power lies not in control, but in transformation. A transmutative empath doesn't reflect the world's chaos. They refine it, turning pain into gold. And through this inner alchemy, they become untouchable by any narcissist or negative force. 5. Sovereign empath. Autonomy beyond approval. The sovereign empath embodies the phrase, autonomy beyond approval, a state of spiritual development where your sense of self no longer bends to the need for validation. Your power lies in self-validation so complete that no external approval can sway your emotions or decisions. Yet before reaching this level, many sovereign empaths walk through the shadow of people-pleasing, constantly seeking acceptance, saying yes when their soul screams no, and adjusting their light to make others comfortable. This is the pre-activation stage, where sensitivity still equates to servitude and empathy still seeks permission to exist. But everything changes the moment you awaken to self-referencing, when you stop asking, "Is this acceptable to others?" and instead ask, "Is this true for me?" That shift, subtle yet profound, marks the moment you reclaim your power from the world and begin to live in alignment with your inner authority. When you begin to reference yourself, narcissists lose their grip. Their manipulation thrives on exploiting your fear of rejection and your craving for approval. But once those strings are cut, their control evaporates. You no longer chase their praise, defend your boundaries to prove you're kind, or contort your truth to maintain peace. You understand that love rooted in control is not love at all. Your empathy no longer drains you, it fuels you. You give without depletion, love without losing yourself, and walk away without guilt. You become the still point in a storm of emotional chaos, untouchable, steady, sovereign. This is not coldness. It is mastery of the balance between compassion and clarity that marks true spirituality. Every empath carries a blend of energies, typically 2 or 3 dominant types woven together to form a unique emotional signature. Generic advice often fails because it doesn't consider this complexity. A reflective plus sovereign empath, for example, can mirror others' energy with precision while remaining unshaken inside. When faced with narcissistic projection, they become an unreactive mirror that exposes manipulation without absorbing it. An intuitive plus transmutative empath, on the other hand, senses negativity before it even manifests and naturally alchemizes it, transforming heavy energy into light long before conflict erupts. Both combinations are living proof that spirituality is not passive. It is an active force that transforms how you perceive and interact with the world. The deeper message is that spiritual development is not about becoming less emotional, but more anchored, so rooted in your inner truth that no opinion, manipulation, or judgment can distort your peace. The sovereign empath stands as a reminder that your soul does not need approval to exist. It needs awareness, self-honoring, and courage. When you ask, "Is this true for me?" before every decision, every apology, every compromise, you activate your sovereignty. When you stop chasing validation and start validating yourself, you turn your sensitivity into power. And when you live by the principle, autonomy beyond approval, you step into the highest expression of empathy, one that cannot be controlled, one that reflects love without losing itself in the process. If this message spoke to your inner strength, remember to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's continue uncovering the mystery of the sovereign empath together, where true power is autonomy beyond approval. And remember, true empathy is not weakness, it's your greatest power. When you understand your nature and protect your energy, no manipulator or narcissist can control you again. Stay rooted in your spiritual wisdom and continue awakening to your highest self. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on transformation, energy mastery, and inner power, the 12 hidden stages of spiritual awakening Carl Jung tried to warn us about. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Every spiritual awakening begins as a quiet whisper within the soul, a call to remember, to shed illusions, and to return to your true essence. In today's video, we'll uncover the 12 hidden stages of spiritual awakening. Carl Jung tried to warn us about stages that reveal how transformation often begins in confusion, but ends in clarity and peace. As you watch, reflect on where you might be in your own awakening. Which stage speaks to your current journey? Comment your insights below, and let's grow together in this community of seekers. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where truth meets transformation. 1. Discontent, the soul's call. Discontent is not a curse. It is the first whisper of the soul urging you to awaken. Beneath every restless thought and quiet ache lies a divine invitation to step beyond the surface of life and into the deeper realm of spirituality. This dissatisfaction does not mean something is wrong with you. It means your inner being is ready to expand beyond what once felt enough. In spiritual awakening, this feeling is sacred. It is the moment your consciousness begins to sense that material success, achievements, and external validation cannot fill the void that calls from within. Rumi's words, "The wound is where the light enters you," capture this beautifully. For the places where you feel most lost are the very gateways through which transformation begins. You start noticing that the life you built no longer fits the person you are becoming. Conversations feel shallow, routines lose color, and desires that once drove you now feel empty. This is not regression. It is the shedding of illusion. The universe often stirs discomfort when it wants to redirect your focus from noise to truth, from performance to purpose. You may find yourself questioning everything. Why am I here? What am I meant to do? These questions, though unsettling, are signs that your spiritual awakening has begun. The human spirit is not meant to stay asleep in comfort. It evolves through contrast. Just as a seed must break open to grow, your discontent is the breaking open of your old self so that light can enter. This process can feel heavy. You might grieve the old dreams that no longer resonate, or feel lost between two worlds, the one you are leaving and the one not yet visible. But in spirituality, every ending conceals a beginning. What feels like disillusionment is actually purification. Your awareness is being cleansed of what is false. The ego resists this, whispering that you are failing or falling apart. Yet beneath that noise, the soul quietly says, "You are awakening." This phase asks for patience, honesty, and deep self-compassion. You are learning to trust your inner guidance more than societal expectations. You begin to seek experiences that nourish rather than distract, silence over stimulation, truth over comfort, simplicity over accumulation. The beauty of spiritual awakening is that even pain becomes purposeful. When you stop running from your dissatisfaction and listen to it, it turns into wisdom. Your heart becomes more open, your perception more refined, and your intuition stronger. You start realizing that what you were chasing was never what you truly needed. Meaning begins to replace ambition. Presence begins to replace performance. This is the alchemy of awakening, the transformation of discontent into direction. And when you finally understand that the ache within you is not punishment, but preparation, the entire energy of your life shifts. You stop fighting your experience and begin cooperating with your evolution. So when restlessness visits, don't suppress it. Observe it. Honor it as a sacred messenger reminding you that your soul is evolving. Every wave of unease is guiding you toward higher awareness, greater authenticity, and deeper peace. The wound becomes the window. The longing becomes the language of the soul. And the discontent you once feared becomes the light that leads you home. Are you feeling the call of your soul? This is where true awakening begins. If you're ready to answer that inner voice and step into your higher path, comment below. I hear the call to begin your journey of spiritual awakening. 2. Questioning and seeking, the inner quest. You begin to ask questions that pierce through the surface of everyday existence. Questions about who you are, why you are here, and what truth really means beyond the noise of the world. This marks the beginning of a deeper phase of spirituality, when your consciousness awakens to something vast and eternal within you. These questions don't arise from mere curiosity, but from an ancient remembrance stirring inside your soul. It's as if lifetimes of inner knowledge begin to resurface, whispering that you are not a product of coincidence, but a being of divine intention. At this point, spiritual development becomes less about chasing goals or proving worth, and more about peeling away the illusions that have kept you disconnected from your essence. You begin to sense that the journey has never been about becoming more. It has always been about remembering who you already are. As you dive deeper, you realize that much of your life has been unconsciously shaped by old patterns, beliefs, and societal conditioning. The mask you've worn to please others begins to dissolve, revealing your authentic self beneath it. This process can feel like both liberation and loss. The version of you built on survival and external approval starts to fall away, leaving you exposed but free. In these moments of internal chaos, Carl Jung's words echo in your mind. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You start to see how your repeated struggles were never punishments, but reflections, each one guiding you to uncover what you had long ignored within yourself. This realization shifts your entire perspective. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" With this awareness, a new sense of clarity arises. The noise of comparison fades, replaced by a quiet strength that comes from self-understanding. You no longer feel the need to compete, because you finally understand that your path is not meant to look like anyone else's. Every experience becomes sacred, every silence meaningful. Spirituality, you discover, isn't about detaching from life. It's about engaging with it through the eyes of awareness. You start finding beauty in ordinary moments, wisdom in pain, and peace in uncertainty. Your heart opens, your intuition sharpens, and your connection to the divine deepens. What once felt random now feels orchestrated. What once felt meaningless now reveals a hidden purpose. Gradually, you begin to trust this inner intelligence, the quiet voice that has always been guiding you. You learn to listen instead of chase, to flow instead of force. This is where true spiritual development unfolds, in surrender, in patience, in faith that everything has its season. The more you align with this inner knowing, the lighter your soul becomes. The need for validation fades because you've tasted the serenity that only authenticity can bring. The lesson embedded in this stage is clear. Evolution isn't about striving to be more. It's about shedding what is false so your true essence can emerge. In questioning, you find clarity. In seeking, you remember. And in the stillness that follows, you finally recognize that every doubt, every challenge, and every heartbreak was simply your soul's way of calling you home to yourself. Comment below. I seek inner truth. If you're ready to look within, question everything you once believed, and begin your journey toward real spiritual wisdom and awakening. 3. Enlightenment, expanding awareness. Enlightenment is not a sudden event, but a gradual unfolding of consciousness, where your awareness expands beyond the limits of the ego and begins to merge with the infinite field of existence. As Carl Jung said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. This stage of spiritual awakening is the deepening of perception, where you start to access what mystics call the Akashic records, a vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom that holds the memory of all souls and all lifetimes. You begin to see the interconnectedness of everything, understanding that every moment, thought, and experience is a thread woven perfectly into the fabric of the universe. Nothing happens by chance. Every person you meet, every challenge you face, and every emotion you feel is part of your soul's curriculum, guiding you toward higher awareness. Truth, like the sun and the moon, cannot remain hidden forever. It shines through illusions, revealing itself when you are ready to see, not with your physical eyes, but with the vision of your soul. As your awareness expands, you start to see through the illusions that once defined your sense of reality. The walls between you and life begin to dissolve, and you realize that the external world is merely a reflection of your internal state. You stop chasing happiness outside and begin to cultivate stillness within. Fear and desire lose their grip because you no longer seek validation or control. Instead, you observe life as it unfolds raw, real, and sacred. The light of consciousness exposes your inner shadows, but instead of running from them, you embrace them with compassion. Jung warned that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. And in this stage, you understand that enlightenment is not about escaping darkness, but integrating it. Every shadow you face brings you closer to wholeness. Every wound you heal becomes a doorway to divine truth. Gradually, you begin to live in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. Judgment fades into understanding, and resistance transforms into surrender. You start to see the sacred in the ordinary, in the breath, in silence, in the way sunlight touches the earth. Dualities dissolve. Joy and sorrow, gain and loss, light and dark become part of one divine dance. You no longer ask, "Why is this happening to me?" but instead, "What is this teaching me?" Enlightenment turns suffering into wisdom, chaos into clarity, and isolation into unity. The more you let go of control, the more peace you discover. You start to sense that life is not something happening to you, but something happening through you, a divine flow that moves effortlessly when you stop resisting. This stage teaches that enlightenment is not about becoming special or powerful. It is about becoming transparent enough for the light of consciousness to move through you freely. You no longer seek truth because you become truth itself, radiant, aware, and free. In this expanded awareness, love ceases to be an emotion and becomes your natural state of being. Compassion arises effortlessly because you see yourself in all things. The illusion of separation disappears, replaced by the knowing that everything is one, every star, every breath, every heartbeat connected in the same divine rhythm. Enlightenment, therefore, is not an achievement, but a remembering, a return to your original state of unity with the whole. It is the recognition that the universe has never been outside you. It has always been within. 4. Resistance and inner turmoil, facing the shadow. You reach a point on your path of spirituality when you can no longer escape from yourself, when the silence around you becomes deafening because it forces you to hear your own soul. This stage, known as resistance and inner turmoil, is where the real spiritual awakening begins. Everything you've avoided, your fears, your karmic patterns, your old wounds, comes rushing to the surface. It's as if the universe places a mirror in front of you and whispers, "Now look." The illusions that once protected you begin to crumble, and you start to see the truth beneath them. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is that moment when fate transforms into awareness, and awareness becomes liberation. The pain you face here is not punishment, but purification. Each memory that resurfaces, each emotion that breaks through, is part of a deeper cleansing that your soul has been waiting for. The shadows you once ran from are no longer external enemies, but hidden fragments of yourself longing to be seen. You begin to realize that the darkness within you is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to reveal you. Healing past and present traumas becomes a sacred act, a ceremony of returning light to the forgotten corners of your being. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping the human experience. It's about descending fully into it, feeling it all, and emerging with wisdom. The more you allow yourself to feel, the more you begin to understand that pain itself carries a divine intelligence. Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. The ego resists transformation because it fears death, but the soul understands that this death is the beginning of new life. When you face your fears head-on, you dismantle the illusions that have kept you small. You start to notice patterns that repeat in love, in loss, in your reactions, and you finally understand that they are not curses, but calls for awareness. Every emotional trigger becomes a guide, every confrontation an initiation. Spiritual wisdom teaches that you cannot rise until you have descended, and you cannot truly awaken until you have embraced your shadow. As you move deeper through the resistance, the chaos begins to soften. The storms that once frightened you become cleansing rains. You notice moments of clarity, small but profound, the kind that make you realize you were never broken, only buried beneath layers of pain. The turmoil inside becomes a teacher, revealing truths that no book could ever teach. Your suffering transforms into sacred light, and you begin to see that this process was never about becoming someone new, but remembering who you truly are. Healing is not the absence of darkness, but the integration of it. When you learn to hold both the shadow and the light within you without judgment. That is when your true spiritual awakening begins. It is here, in the heart of resistance, that your soul finally breathes freely. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss new insights on awakening and transformation. To affirm your courage in facing your shadow, comment below, "I embrace my inner truth." 5. The abyss. The decision point. You arrive at a sacred turning point in your spiritual development, standing before the abyss, a space that demands a choice between the comfort of what you know and the mystery of what you cannot yet see. This is not a metaphorical cliff to fear, but a divine invitation to step into uncertainty with faith as your only guide. The abyss is where the familiar self begins to dissolve, where all false securities are stripped away so that truth may emerge in its purest form. Carl Jung described this as descending into the unconscious, a necessary journey through darkness to retrieve the hidden light of the soul. In spirituality, this moment signifies the death of illusion and the birth of awareness, the moment when the ego loses its grip and the higher self begins to awaken. The abyss is not cruel. It is transformative. It tests your faith, not by giving you answers, but by teaching you how to trust the silence. When everything around you seems to fall apart, it is not punishment, but purification. Life removes what no longer aligns with your evolution, so you can move forward unburdened. In that stillness, when nothing seems certain, something sacred begins to stir. It is your soul reclaiming its authority, whispering that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move despite it. Each step you take into the unknown reveals more of your hidden strength and shows you that fear was never the barrier, it was the doorway. Most people resist this stage because it feels like losing control. Yet the deeper truth is that control was never real. The abyss teaches you to surrender, to stop clinging to old identities and outdated beliefs that keep you small. It asks you to let go of your dependence on logic and open yourself to the vast intelligence of the unseen. You begin to understand that spiritual growth is not about acquiring more knowledge, but about unlearning everything that is not your essence. What you once called falling apart is in fact your soul rearranging itself into divine order. This is the sacred chaos where transformation begins, where death and rebirth coexist in a single breath. Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and the abyss embodies this truth perfectly. It confronts you with everything unresolved, your fears, your wounds, your attachments, and demands your honesty. But in that confrontation, a miracle unfolds. The pain that once felt unbearable becomes the very force that shapes your awakening. You realize that darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to show you how indestructible you are. When you stop running from the unknown, it stops chasing you and instead begins to guide you. The more you surrender, the more the universe aligns in your favor, leading you not away from yourself, but directly into your highest truth. The abyss is the great equalizer of the soul. It humbles the ego, silences the mind, and expands the heart. It teaches you that spirituality is not a path of comfort, but of courage. Through the abyss, you discover that the unknown is not a void, but a womb pregnant with the next version of you waiting to be born. The greatest wisdom lies not in avoiding the fall, but in trusting that you were meant to fly through it. 6. Rebirth and authenticity, integrating the shadow. After the descent into darkness, a quiet rebirth begins, a moment when the fragments of who you are start to merge into something whole. This is the stage where you integrate both the light and the shadow, and through that union, you find authenticity. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." His words remind you that spiritual wisdom is not about escaping the dark parts of your soul, but about embracing them. Understanding that what you've been running from was never your enemy. It was a forgotten part of you, yearning to be seen. When you dare to face the aspects you've suppressed, you begin to see that they hold the keys to your transformation. Every flaw hides a truth. Every fear carries a lesson. Every wound becomes a source of strength. As the light of awareness touches your inner shadows, the resistance begins to dissolve, and compassion takes its place. You stop seeking validation from the outside world, realizing that authenticity is not something you earn, it's something you remember. You begin to live not for appearances, but for alignment, shedding the layers of false identity you once believed were you. This process, which Jung called individuation, is the sacred journey of becoming whole. It's not an easy path. It requires vulnerability, honesty, and the courage to confront everything you once denied. Yet it's through this inner alchemy that peace emerges. You no longer need to hide your imperfections because you finally understand they are the sacred cracks where your light enters and shines through. At this stage, you recognize that being authentic doesn't mean being perfect. It means standing firmly in truth, even when your voice trembles. It means showing love, even when the heart aches. It means forgiving, not because the pain disappears, but because your soul has outgrown resentment. The light that now guides you is no longer external. It radiates from within, from the union of your contradictions. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are," and you finally begin to experience what that means. You understand that the purpose of spiritual awakening is not to transcend the human experience, but to inhabit it fully, to walk in both shadow and light with grace. Through the integration of the shadow, you discover that enlightenment is not a destination, but a deep acceptance of all that you are. The chaos, the calm, the grief, the joy, everything serves a divine purpose. You realize that light without darkness is incomplete, and awakening without struggle is shallow. You begin to honor your pain as your teacher, your fear as your compass, and your rebirth as your reminder that even the darkest night carries the seed of dawn. And in that sacred balance between light and dark, you find the ultimate freedom to live as your truest self, awake, whole, and real. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on integrating your shadow, embracing authenticity, and stepping into your rebirth as a fully awakened soul. 7. Oneness and connection, seeing unity. You begin to see through the veil of separation and realize that everything in existence is connected by one invisible thread of consciousness. What once seemed divided between light and dark, self and other, human and divine, now merges into a single truth that everything flows from the same source. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And in this revelation, you recognize that who you truly are is not a fragment, but the entire ocean expressed as a single wave. You no longer identify solely with the body, or the mind. Instead, you sense yourself as a soul moving through human experience, witnessing life through the eyes of spirit. In this stage of spiritual awakening, compassion blooms effortlessly because you no longer see others as separate from yourself. When you look into another's eyes, you see the same divine spark staring back. Their joy becomes your joy, their pain your pain, and this empathy transforms the way you live. The judgments you once carried begin to dissolve, replaced by understanding and love. For you now comprehend that every soul is walking the same path of remembering its own divinity. You stop trying to change others or force outcomes, for you see that all are evolving according to their own sacred timing. This deep sense of connection softens the heart, quiets the ego, and allows you to meet life with patience and grace. Every interaction, no matter how ordinary, becomes sacred. You start to see that the people who cross your path are not random. They are mirrors reflecting your inner world back to you. The universe speaks through them, guiding your growth through relationships, emotions, and synchronicities. Even moments of conflict reveal hidden lessons of love and self-awareness. The more you awaken, the more you realize that forgiveness is not something you give to others. It is a gift you offer yourself when you understand that there was never anything to forgive, only experiences to awaken you. Compassion becomes your natural language, and kindness your instinct. As this realization deepens, your sense of belonging expands beyond human circles into nature, the cosmos, and the entire fabric of creation. You feel the heartbeat of the earth in your own chest and the rhythm of the stars pulsing through your veins. The air you breathe feels alive, infused with spirit, and silence itself becomes a sacred conversation between your soul and the divine. You begin to live as energy aware, flowing, and in harmony with all things. This is not an idea, but a direct experience of unity that changes how you walk through life. The more you surrender to it, the more peace fills your being. In this awareness, you are no longer driven by fear, competition, or control. You move through the world with serenity, guided by intuition and love. Life stops being about survival and becomes a dance of divine participation, where you and existence are co-creators of the same unfolding story. You act with purpose, speak with intention, and radiate presence because you understand that your energy influences everything around you. You realize that the essence of spirituality is not escape, but embodiment to bring heaven into the human realm through awareness, compassion, and grace. Every breath becomes prayer. Every moment becomes meditation, and every choice becomes an act of love. In this state of unity, you live as a spiritual being, having a human experience anchored in the understanding that there was never separation to begin with, only the illusion of forgetting what you truly are. 8. Flowing with life and synchronicities. Trusting the universe. When you enter this stage of spirituality, life begins to unfold like a river flowing effortlessly toward its destination. You no longer feel the need to control the current because you understand that the current itself is divine intelligence guiding you. You start noticing patterns and coincidences that seem too precise to be accidental numbers repeating, a song that plays at just the right time, a stranger who says exactly what you needed to hear. These synchronicities are not random events. They are sacred messages from the universe, reminding you that everything is connected and that your journey is being guided by a higher consciousness. As Carl Jung once said, synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. And the more your awareness expands, the more these signs multiply, confirming that you are aligned with the rhythm of creation. Trust becomes your new foundation. You stop forcing outcomes and begin to allow life to move through you instead of trying to push against it. You start to understand that divine timing is perfect. Things do not happen when you want them to, but when your energy and the universe are in harmony. Each event, even the painful ones, carries meaning. Every delay hides a lesson. What once felt like rejection now feels like redirection. Through this realization, you begin to feel an unshakable calm within, and knowing that no matter what happens, the universe is working for you, not against you. Fear fades, replaced by faith that life always unfolds in your favor. The more you flow with this energy, the more magnetic your reality becomes. People, opportunities, and experiences begin to appear effortlessly, as if drawn by an invisible force. You no longer chase what you desire. You attract it naturally because you have become aligned with the vibration of ease and grace. You move with purpose, but without struggle, acting when intuition calls and resting when silence feels right. This balance between doing and allowing is the essence of spiritual development. It is where your human will surrenders to divine flow. But this harmony does not come without tests. There will be moments when everything seems uncertain, when plans fall apart, or when silence replaces clarity. Yet these moments are not signs of failure. They are initiations of faith. The universe is not ignoring you. It is inviting you to trust deeper. Each challenge strips away your need for control and strengthens your connection with intuition. You learn to see that even in stillness, you are being guided. Even in confusion, you are being prepared. Life itself becomes your teacher, and every experience, light or dark, becomes a message written by the hand of the divine. When you embrace this flow, you discover that life is not meant to be controlled, but danced with. The more you resist, the more you suffer. The more you trust, the more you thrive. The universe speaks in synchronicities, whispers in intuition, and moves in timing. When you stop fighting and start listening, life responds with grace. You realize that what is meant for you will always find its way, and when it does, it arrives effortlessly, precisely when you are ready to receive it. If you've made it this far, it means you're truly aligned with the message. Comment below, "I trust the universe," to affirm your faith in divine timing. And let the flow of synchronicities guide your path forward. 9. Authentic expression, living your soul's purpose. Authentic expression is the art of living from your soul rather than your mask. It's when your actions, words, and relationships flow in perfect harmony with the truth that lives deep within you. In this stage of spiritual awakening, you stop trying to please the world and start honoring the quiet voice of your higher self. You begin to realize that your purpose was never something to find, it was something to remember. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this becomes the compass that guides your journey. You no longer chase approval or hide behind roles that don't belong to you. Instead, you live as an embodiment of spiritual wisdom, courageously authentic, deeply aware, and aligned with your soul's calling. Every moment becomes sacred when you act in truth, and the world begins to mirror that truth back to you in unexpected ways. Synchronicities multiply, relationships deepen, and the people and experiences that no longer match your frequency quietly fade away, making space for what resonates with your essence. This stage is also where you begin to understand the invisible web of soul contracts that weave through your life. You recognize that every relationship, whether joyous or painful, serves a divine purpose to awaken, to teach, to heal, or to free you. Instead of asking why things happen to you, you begin to ask what they are trying to reveal through you. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. So you start observing your patterns, your wounds, your attachments, and through awareness, you transform them into light. You no longer resist the lessons because you understand that even heartbreak is an act of grace. You learn to meet others not with expectation, but with presence, not to control, but to connect, not to fix, but to understand. As you move deeper into alignment, your definition of success shifts. You stop measuring it by status or validation and start measuring it by peace, authenticity, and purpose. You realize that expressing your soul is the highest form of service because when you live your truth, you become a living reminder that others can do the same. You start to embody what Carl Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole. The shadow and the light within you are no longer enemies, but partners in growth. You integrate every part of yourself, your fears, your desires, your imperfections, and channel them into wisdom. Through this integration, your presence gains power. People feel safe, seen, and inspired around you, not because you are perfect, but because you are real. Living your soul's purpose is not about grand achievements. It's about alignment with truth in the smallest moments. It's choosing honesty when lies would be easier, compassion when judgment tempts you, and love even when fear tries to lead. This is how authenticity turns ordinary life into a sacred journey. Each time you act in integrity, you strengthen the bridge between your human self and your divine essence. Every word, every decision, every breath becomes an offering to the universe that created you. When you live in this way, life begins to unfold effortlessly around you, not because it becomes easier, but because you have finally become one with it. 10. Elevation of consciousness, higher awareness. Your awareness begins to stretch beyond the physical world, expanding into higher dimensions of being where clarity, peace, and divine order reside. In this state of spiritual awakening, you start to realize that life is not something happening to you, but something responding to your energy. Every thought becomes a vibration, every emotion a signal that echoes into the universe and shapes your reality. You begin to understand that your higher self, the eternal, wise aspect of your soul, has always been guiding you toward this realization. It whispers through intuition, synchronicities, and sudden insights, reminding you that you are not merely a body or a name, but consciousness itself, observing and creating at once. As you awaken to this truth, your relationship with the world changes. You live more deliberately, aware of how your inner state influences every experience around you. You stop reacting from fear and begin responding from wisdom. What once seemed like chaos now appears as divine orchestration, and even pain transforms into a teacher guiding you home to yourself. You no longer rush or resist. Instead, you begin to flow, trusting that each moment carries its own sacred rhythm. This shift in awareness brings a deep sense of harmony. You notice that when you align your thoughts with love and your actions with integrity, life mirrors that frequency back to you. You radiate calmness that others can feel without words, a silent serenity born from the realization that everything unfolds according to a greater plan. At this elevation of consciousness, spirituality is not a theory or belief, it becomes the air you breathe. You begin to see the invisible patterns connecting all things, sensing that every encounter, every challenge, and every act of kindness are threads woven into one vast tapestry of awakening. Your higher self becomes your compass, leading you away from illusion and back into truth. You begin to understand that mastery is not about control, but surrender, not about knowing more, but remembering who you've always been. The mind quiets, the heart expands, and life becomes a sacred dialogue between your soul and the universe. Living in this higher awareness transforms the simplest moments into gateways of enlightenment. A sunrise feels like a revelation, silence feels like music, and even solitude feels like communion with the divine. You begin to see through the illusion of separation, realizing that the same light within you burns within all creation. This realization frees you from judgment and fills you with compassion. You live with intention, speak with purpose, and move with grace because you finally understand that energy follows awareness, and awareness creates reality. This is the essence of spiritual awakening that Carl Jung and the mystics before him tried to reveal. That enlightenment is not found outside of you, but in the elevation of your own consciousness. When your awareness expands, you no longer seek meaning, you become it. When you connect to your higher self, you no longer chase peace, you embody it. And when you live in alignment with spiritual wisdom, you no longer look for purpose. You radiate it effortlessly through every breath, every thought, and every act of love. 11. Co-creation with the universe, manifesting reality. When you reach the stage of co-creation with the universe, you awaken to one of the most profound revelations in spirituality, that you are not merely existing, but actively shaping your reality through every thought, emotion, and frequency you emit. You begin to see that the universe isn't an external force acting upon you, but a mirror reflecting your inner world. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth becomes your guiding light as you realize that your inner beliefs and emotional states are constantly creating the experiences that unfold around you. Nothing happens by chance. Every situation, every encounter, every delay carries an energetic signature that aligns with what you project. Once this awareness awakens, you stop waiting for change and start embodying it. Through the lens of spiritual development, you learn that the energy you radiate shapes the reality you experience. Fear attracts limitation, while faith opens infinite possibilities. When you choose to think, feel, and act from a higher frequency of love, gratitude, and purpose, the universe begins to reorganize itself around that vibration. What once seemed impossible starts to unfold effortlessly, not because you forced it, but because your inner state finally resonates with abundance and peace. You realize that the universe communicates through energy, not words, and every moment of alignment becomes an invitation for miracles to occur. Synchronicities appear, opportunities unfold, and people who match your vibration find their way into your life, all because you have shifted from reacting to reality to co-creating it. Co-creation is not about control. It is about harmony. It's about understanding that you are an instrument in a divine orchestra, and your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are the notes you play. When they are in tune with your soul's purpose, life flows with grace. When they are dissonant, chaos reminds you to realign. You start to see that manifestation isn't about demanding what you want, but becoming the energy of what you desire. The universe responds not to your words, but to the vibration behind them. When your intentions are rooted in love rather than fear, your manifestations become pure reflections of divine timing. As your spiritual development deepens, you stop blaming, complaining, or comparing, because you finally understand that everything external is a reflection of your internal state. Gratitude becomes your natural language. You realize that every challenge is not a curse, but a message urging you to refine your energy. Every heartbreak teaches compassion. Every delay teaches surrender. You begin to witness how your inner transformation changes your outer world. As your mind becomes still, peace radiates outward. As your heart opens, love begins to return multiplied. You see that the smallest shifts in awareness create the largest changes in reality. The journey of co-creation reveals that the power to shape your life has always been within you. Your thoughts are not insignificant whispers. They are commands to the universe. When your inner dialogue matches your soul's truth, your outer world transforms accordingly. As within, so without becomes not just a spiritual idea, but a living experience. You no longer chase outcomes. You magnetize them through alignment. The universe doesn't require effort. It requires coherence. When your energy is clean, your faith unwavering, and your heart open, reality bends to meet the vibration of your being. That is the true art of co-creation, the merging of self and source, where spirituality and existence become one continuous expression of divine intention. 12. Unconditional love, compassion, and acceptance, the pinnacle. At the highest stage of spiritual awakening, you become the embodiment of unconditional love, compassion, and deep acceptance. You no longer view yourself or others through the lens of judgment, for you see divinity reflected in every being, every experience, and every breath. This is the moment when the walls of separation crumble, and what remains is unity, pure, boundless, radiant love. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you reach this point, you realize that who you truly are is love in its purest form. You stop trying to change the world by force and begin to heal it through presence. Your energy becomes calm and magnetic, your heart open and steady, your soul quietly luminous. You see the beauty in pain, the lesson in loss, the perfection within imperfection, and the divine purpose behind every unfolding moment of life. When you live in this awareness, compassion flows naturally from you. It's no longer something you practice. It's who you are. You understand that every soul is walking its own path back to the same light, and this realization dissolves the need to judge or compare. Forgiveness becomes effortless because you can finally see beyond the story of human pain to the truth of divine innocence that lies beneath it. You begin to love without condition, without demand, and without expectation. Love is no longer an act. It becomes your state of being. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom, the space where the mind quiets and the soul takes the lead. You are no longer seeking enlightenment. You are living it through the grace of acceptance and the power of compassion. Carl Jung believed that wholeness, not perfection, is the goal of life. You embody this truth when you no longer strive to be flawless, but instead embrace every shadow as part of your divine wholeness. You understand that light cannot exist without darkness, that peace is not the absence of chaos, but the ability to remain still within it. You walk through the world as a silent healer, lifting others simply through your vibration. People may feel lighter in your presence without understanding why. It's because you have become a vessel of divine energy. You radiate serenity that speaks louder than words, teaching others not through explanation, but through embodiment. In this state, you realize that love is not an emotion that comes and goes. It is the eternal rhythm of the universe itself. You begin to see that every thought of kindness, every gesture of understanding, and every moment of patience sends ripples of healing through collective consciousness. You live no longer for the self, but as the self, the divine essence expressing itself through human form. Every breath you take becomes a prayer, every word a reflection of peace, every action an offering of grace. This is the true meaning of spiritual awakening, not an escape from the world, but a return to it with an open heart and an awakened soul. You are no longer separate from the divine because you finally understand. You have always been it. Every stage of spiritual awakening is a sacred invitation to remember who you truly are, not a destination to reach, but a continuous unfolding of consciousness. As Carl Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Yet through that pain, we evolve into our most authentic selves, guided by spiritual wisdom and inner truth. If this message has touched your soul, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that continue to explore the hidden layers of the human spirit and the path toward awakening.